Good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 6, 2023. The time is 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Airport Authority, successor agency to the redevelopment agency, the city is housing asset successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Harriman,
Here.
Councilmember Irving,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, are there requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, Mr. DePortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 4 items this evening. The first 3 are existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1 with respect to items A and B. Disclosure of information regarding that could disrupt settlement discussions. Item C, the parties to the litigation are set forth on the agenda. Item D is real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The negotiating parties as well as the properties affected are all set forth on the agenda. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it at the conclusion of the closed session or commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
Very good, thank you. All right, well, we are now in recess to closed session. We'll resume open session at 6 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin in just a moment.
Or like this.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, June 6, 2023. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez.
Buenas tardes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Here.
Councilmember Irving.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
Motion, we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to closed session announcements. Mr. Dworkowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 4 closed sessions this evening, 3 of which were existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. And with respect to items A and B, disclosure of the information would jeopardize settlement discussions. With respect to item C, the information the parties and case name is set forth. The last item was real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, and the property designations are set forth on the agenda, as are the negotiating parties. There is no reportable action at this time with respect to any of those items.
All right, thank you. We're now going to move on to our invocation led this evening by Father Hyacinth of St. Joan of Arc Catholic Church. That'll be followed by our Pledge of Allegiance by Captain Wickham. If everyone is able, please rise.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our help is in the name of the Lord, who made heaven and earth. Almighty and eternal God, your children, the members of the Victorville City Council, have gathered here once again today under the distinguished leadership of the Mayor, Deborah Jones, to discuss and take decisions for the good of all in this city. Send down the Holy Spirit to guide and guide them in all their deliberations, that they may take wise and profitable decisions for the good of all and for the greater glory of God. May they be infused with a spirit of wisdom in all that they say and do. May they realize that their service to the city is a service to humanity and ultimately a service to God. May they receive eternal reward for their stewardship when this life is over. We make our prayers through Christ our Lord. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, Captain Wickham. All right, moving on, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one revision to the agenda tonight, for item number 3, which is the annual budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. We're revising 4 pages with an attachment J, which is the 2023-2024 proposed fiscal year budget. It replaces page 164 of attachment J, which is page 340 of the agenda, to correct the department revenues by type for code compliance to properly reflect division revenues from pages 165 and 169. Also replaces pages 194 and 195 of attachment J, pages 370 and 371 of the agenda, to correct the department revenues by type for police to properly reflect division revenues from page 197. It replaces page 230 of attachment J, which is page 406 of the agenda, to remove the link to parks on the Public Works Department section, as parks has moved to Community Services Department. Replaces page 325 of attachment J, which is page 501 of the agenda, which is Foxborough Rail Fund page, to correct the department revenues by type. These changes do not affect the overall citywide budget, revenues, or expenditures, as they affect the grouping of categories for presentation display purposes only.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to conflict of interest declarations. Anyone? Hearing and seeing none, we're going to move on to the introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, I understand we have some requests to speak.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Well, everyone, good evening and welcome to the meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions, and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with our established policies and procedures and Government Code sections 54957.9 and .95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments sections, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments are taken into consideration by council members when discussing the particular item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, and may request that staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from his or her public office, and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as other public participants. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers that will be addressed, or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of the meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk, may we have our first speaker?
Mayor Jones, I need help with my screen.
Yes. We have, can we have assistance? Your point, I'm assuming, is a point of privilege, is well taken. Are we good? Yes. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Harry Jackson on a non-agendized matter.
Good evening, Mr. Jackson, and welcome to our meeting. I got word that you were going to be here this evening, so it's a pleasure to see you with us.
So today I'm here representing High Desert Lodge, Prince Hall, High Desert Lodge 107. And we've just formed a community outreach committee. And we're seeking to work with the city on feeding the homeless in the area. Our goal is to feed at least 80 families per week for the first month. And then whatever other need the city has that we can actually fulfill. And I have an official letter that I can send you. I just didn't have time to type it up from the time I heard that I coming down here till now.
Thank you.
So I did give you something in writing for each council member, but we're looking to serve the community in any capacity. But for right now, we're focusing on feeding people who need food.
Thank you. Well, I have to tell you, we're so thankful that you came to see us this evening. We're happy to hear from you. And I understood, Madam Clerk, that you have some paperwork that you'll distribute to the council members at your soonest convenience.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
So certainly we appreciate your desire to help our city, and I'm sure that someone will be in touch with you. Can you leave your contact information with our city clerk?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Our next speaker is Monty Conley,
Good evening and welcome, sir.
and it's a non-agendized item.
Thank you. Happy to have you with us, sir.
Thanks, I'm so nervous. No, not
Please,
really.
please don't be.
I've never been to one of these before. I was born in Apple Valley 58 years ago, and I've lived in this city for the last 24 years. I feel ashamed that I've never been to one of these before. How many of you board members have ever had to call code or graffiti removal department? Anybody?
So, the council member is not permitted by law to have a to and fro conversation with you.
Okay, so
But
you don't have to talk, you can just.
yes,
raise
sir.
your hand.
No, we're not permitted to do that. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I sent the city manager an email yesterday, he probably hasn't got it yet. But I asked him what the Grand Canyon, the Great Pyramids, and Victorville's graffiti department had in common. And they're all amazing. I've used the city graffiti removal department twice in the last year. Once I called in the morning and the graffiti was gone by that afternoon. The next time I called late morning and it was removed by the second day in the afternoon. I don't know of a private ran business that can react like that, much less a government ran business. So I came out here last Friday to thank the guys in person. I found out they're not in this building, they're down the street. So I went down there and it was the manager, Juan, something or other, it was his day off, but I talked to the actual guys to thank them. So anyways, amazing. They're just amazing. I don't know of anybody that can do that. The second question I have, a couple of years ago, there were some people that had some property next to me. It was actually quite a few years ago. A young family, they came up from the beach and they were cleaning up the property. Went out, introduced myself, I helped them, but code enforcement had got reports that there was stuff on their property. They needed to clean it up. Their grandparents or somebody had left them the land. So I helped them clean it up. But my question is, on these big parcels of land that people use as a landfill, a private landfill, they just go out there and dump. How do you get these corporations or these people that own 50 or 100 acres to come clean up their land? Like we made this family come out and clean up their 1 acre. I now have houses being built right across from me. So my dogs and I can't just go for a walk like we've done for so many years. We have to go find a big chunk of land to let them run around. And the amount of refrigerators and couches and things, how do you go about having these corporations or whoever owns these big chunks of land clean it up like we do the little folks that had to come up from the beach and clean up their land?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, and I think, Mr. Metzger, if you could briefly respond to that, it would be helpful, I think, not only for our speaker, but the autumn?
We actually do attend to that regularly. So, there's a gentleman just right behind you, George Durand. If he's got a business card, on him, I'd like him to give you his business card because you can contact us directly and we can actually start making direct outreach to the property owners.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your coming to see us this evening. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Claudia Sandoval on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Ms. Sandoval. So happy that you're with us this evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a little bit nervous.
Please don't be. We're your neighbors.
Okay. Good
And
evening.
may I appreciate that you have some supporters here this evening.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members of Victorville. My husband and I have been living in the high desert since 2021. We are an honorable family, active within our community. Currently, we are victims of a broken welfare system for children and family services, of which has removed our children and turned our family protection. In our family health system, there is a genetic disease that produces crystal bones. This is to say, the evidence and proof supported by doctors is we develop fractures and bone deformations easily. Despite our genetic condition, the Family Children Services has kidnapped our children on false accusation for which I have multiple reports, medical evidence, genetic laboratory results, and statements from professionals to support our family medical background. The individuals I will mention have hidden our children from us for 19 months due to false accusation. For all we know, our children, Austin, 7 years old, Eleanor, 3 years old, Athena, 2 years old, and Ada, 9 months old, could be in dangerous situation, all because of dishonest social workers, lawyers, and judgment have decided to manipulate the law and not recognize their wrongdoing, but detain our children in an unjustified way. Keeping our children's life without the medical attention they need and the love of family. The behavior of our leaders and justice system is evil and unjustified to hide their errors and expose corruption. Upon any of our children suffer any loss of health, all that, or in life, I and my family will hold responsible Jeannie Cepeda, Christine Sipin, Joe Baca, County Attorneys Hannah Davil and Robin Edmond, the Children's Attorney Michael Cohen, and Judge Steve Mapes accountable. All of the above mentioned individuals are public servants and know that their facts are manipulating and abusing the human rights of my children. We will pursue and never stop endless seeking of justice for our children. For with the mentioned individuals have manipulated for their own hidden agendas. Councils, I recognize you are also public servants and may know some of the mentioned names
Your time
as
is
friends.
up.
Can I move to give her some extra time to finish?
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, so Ms. Sandoval, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but each speaker has 3 minutes, and the council has the ability to extend time, but it has to be globally done then for every speaker that comes after. And so I need to consider that. Madam Clerk, I understand that we don't have any additional speakers.
No, we have additional speakers.
We do have additional speakers. How many additional speakers do we have?
4.
We have 4 additional speakers. Is it all on the same, are the 4 speakers with Ms. Sandoval?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Mr. DeBortnowski, recognizing that this matter isn't per se within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, it's certainly of interest to our city, I would say. Do I have within my authority to consider a motion to extend this speaker by 2 minutes of the speaker only?
I think you do, yes, that would be appropriate. You could perhaps ask Ms. Sandoval how much longer she thinks she needs.
Do you have an idea, Ms. Sandoval?
Like 5 sentence, 5
Oh,
long
no problem.
sentences.
I'm not even going to take a motion on that. Go ahead, please.
I ask you to please get involved in this issue and not allow corruption for which hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars have been spent to destroy families, a child's life, and the pursuit of happiness for the American way. I am not here for your pity. My husband and I are supported by friends and family that helps shine a light on the truth. We will not tolerate the destruction or corruption of the system, manipulation, and hiding agendas. I am available for your questions 24 hours a day. I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening.
Ms. Sandoval, I want you to know that this council appreciates that you've come before us on a very personal and painful experience.
Thank you.
I do believe I have a meeting set with you Thursday. And the city is not in a position to do anything per se, but I can certainly take a report and make a report on your behalf if that would be your desire, but I will see you Thursday.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Lydia Marsala on agenda items 17, 18, and 19.
Good evening, Ms. Marsala. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, I'm here because I'm representing all the homeless and unsheltered people here in the high desert, especially in Victorville. Today is a very special day for a lot of them, and that's part of the reason why I'm here. Because things are changing, and hopefully this time they will get a better services that they have been in the past. I don't know whether we have any updates. When is the wellness center project will be finished and up and running? It was supposed to be done last year, but we don't have anything or a date or anything like that. And that's part of a lot of the questions that the homeless has at this particular time. Myself and others in the community are so blessed to be able to serve the homeless population that they don't have any service or any help when they're outside. I ask everybody that wants to join us to do that. We do have a community Facebook page open for those that want to help. It's getting hot and there will need some kind of snacks and water. This morning, I was on 7th Street and I saw the probation officer stop and giving them a lot of water and snacks, which actually it opened my heart to see things are changing and we're doing the best we can. I also like to congratulate Simba Center today because that's a big step. And we have worked with them in the past, we work with them, and we will work with them in the future, serving them in everything we can. The homeless population is happy to know that there will be a new service provider, Hope of the Mission. I still haven't had the time to do the reviews on them, but it makes me happy to know that our homeless will have a second chance this time. And for those that need the help and want to get the help from this provider, they should be able to do so. Thank you so much for your time. Like I said, I am here representing the homeless. And also those that have died in the last year, which so far is 16 of them. So for those, I ask for prayers. And maybe we can continue working to do some changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Marsala. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Deborah Harris on a non-agendized matter.
Good evening, Ms. Harris. Welcome to our meeting.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
My name is Deborah Harris. I have lived in the high desert off and on since 1981. The Army took me away from here for a while, but I decided to make this my home, so I came back. So I've been a resident up here for years. My concern is something that's happened recently, like today. I went to bed last night like I normally do, and when I woke up this morning, I opened up my garage door and there were things all over my driveway. There's a cooler. I don't know what's in that cooler because I'm not touching it. There are other items. There's house shoes. There's blankets. I went to my Vivid camera to see what happened. Some person, and I'm not knocking homeless. I have a son who found himself homeless in Alabama for a while. So I'm not against homeless people, but my driveway is not a place to come and lay. And this is what this person did. And then they left, and they left all of their belongings there. Since this morning, since 9 o'clock this morning, I have called the police department several times. I called them to tell them that, hey, there's this stuff out here. I'm gonna leave it here because maybe I've watched too much CSI, but I wanted to leave the scene the way that it was there. But my husband had to go to the doctor. I had to go someplace. So I ended up sweeping all this stuff over to the side. I took a lot of pictures. I wanted to show the police officer, whoever was coming, all the pictures of how long this person was there making themselves at home in my driveway. Again, nobody came. I did get a call. It said no caller ID. I don't typically answer calls. I let it go to my voicemail. When I listened to that call, within minutes, I listened to that call. I saw that I heard the message. It was from a detective that wanted to know if I still needed somebody to come out. Since it wasn't a number to call back, I called the police department again. And I told them, hey, yes, I need somebody to come out here. I was told that the police officer would not be picking this stuff up to call code enforcement. I did call code enforcement. I left a message and I spoke to somebody. They told me they can't come out till tomorrow. So hopefully they'll come, because I'm not touching this stuff. I don't know what's in this blue igloo cooler that flies are flying around it. I don't know. Could be drugs, could be somebody's body partner. I don't know. So I'm not touching it. Here's a really, and I do understand. I have family members that have worked in law enforcement. I have friends whose sons, I have a friend, my best friend, her son works for the PD in San Antonio. I respect the police.
Your time is up.
Thank you. If you have a sentence or two and you'd like.
Yes, I do, and I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
This is what really got me. I don't believe that the police department should blame the victim. And basically, when my husband called again this evening to ask them, is anybody coming out? And he told them that, and he said, well, somebody called and nobody picked up the phone. To me, that's blaming the victim. I'm the victim here, but you're blaming me because a call came through. That's something you should tell people when they call in, that you may get a call from a number that's showing no caller ID. You should pick it up. I didn't know that, so I didn't pick it up.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm hoping that somebody will come get this mess off my yard.
All right. Mr. Metzler, would you like to make a member of your staff available to give her contact information to?
Yes, George Duran, is the head of code enforcement, and, he's got a card for you. You can contact him.
Ms. Harris, thank you so much for coming and speaking with us this evening, and thank you for your service to our country. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Quick on agenda item 2 and on a non-agendized matter.
Good evening, Ms. Quick. Welcome.
Evening. Thank you. This is an essay to the Honorable Victorville City Council. The city of Victorville is a thriving community with a steadily growing economy and population. Victorville's population increase over the last several years has affected a number of factors, though the focus of this essay is on the growing pet population. Over several decades, the city of Victorville has relied on a contract shelter, Victor Valley Animal Protective League, located in northeastern Apple Valley, several miles from Victorville. Recently, this shelter has terminated their contract with the city of Victorville and has left Victorville without a place to properly shelter animals from our community. This recent development has caused the local community to turn to strangers to find or rehome their animals. What can we do to solve this issue? The answer is quite simple. We need to build a municipal animal shelter within the city of Victorville that is reasonably sized to accommodate the community's needs, provide services to residents and their pets, and educate the community on proper care and preventive measures. A new animal shelter would fill an urgent need within the community, create jobs, and reduce the number of pets loose on the street while simultaneously providing triage and preventive care to the animals in the shelter. To successfully build a local animal shelter, the city of Victorville will need funding. Where can we find this funding without taking from another department within the city? The city of Victorville could introduce residents a measure to vote on a special use tax directed towards funding the code enforcement and animal care and control divisions. The special use tax would be 0.5% and would directly affect the local community in a positive way. This funding would be allocated towards building an animal shelter, hiring employees to staff the shelter, improving code enforcement's proactive approach with other programs and equipment, public education on animal services and animal rights, and will allow code enforcement and animal care and control divisions to act more openly and responsibly with their budget. Animal control could continue to work 7 days a week without any strain on any employee's schedule, upholding a standard of care, cleanliness, protection, and humanity within the community and the department. The Honorable City Council and its members would be wise to consult with the head of code enforcement, George Duran, on the next steps to take to achieve these plans, and City Council should prepare themselves in the coming months to hear about a petition of the people to enact the special use tax and support it through the 2024 election year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coy. Madam Clerk,
Our next speaker listed themselves as guest speaker
our guest speaker.
on a non-agendized matter.
Thank you and good evening, ma'am. And I'm wondering, can we get you to one side of the podium or the other so that the full of the council can see you? Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Am I loud enough to be heard?
I
on the
believe
internet
so.
service?
yes, sir.
Did
Ma'am.
everyone get a copy of the packet that I emailed in? My name is Edith Rogers and we emailed a packet in, so each council member.
I
will have this
can speak for myself. I did, yes.
document. Okay, amen.
And so again, we can't, I just wanted to give that to you, but we're not going to have a to and fro dialogue, but we're interested in hearing what you have to say. Yes,
Sure that everyone had the documents.
yes,
I've
ma'am.
come here twice before and I've asked for, under the Freedom of Information Act and Public Information Act for me to get some information about Andre Day Bordanowski. He did illegally take property out of our family's probate, falsified deeds. He had to have the assistance of the recorder's office, the assessor's office, auditors have to know that. I'm not sure who on this council is involved, but they have stolen property, rearranged the numbers of the parcel numbers, and stated that they paid our family $25,000 for the property. I've asked to see where's the $25,000. We never received a penny. We wanted to see what funds they came out of and who received them. Because the person that is stated in the document or the deed, she was not the administrator and he's not a novice. He's a professional attorney and he should have known who the administrator was. So I need to have that information because I don't believe that the people that we trust with our finances should be illegally transferring property for their own use, investments, and other things. So I would like to see the information on how himself and Jonathan E. Gargan was appointed to get the property for the city of Victorville. What was the purpose of the property? And can we get the documents from the auditor's office, the recorder's office, and so forth? And any of your paperwork that you have enforcing them or giving them the authority to act on your behalf to take the property for your use.
Thank you. So in terms of public records requests, there's proper channels through the city to do that. Mr. DeBortnowski, if you want to elaborate on that, but before you do, did you have anything further that you wanted to say?
I did put this in writing the last time and I submitted it to everybody. In the documentation that you have now, the full request is there. I've outlined everything in the document to you. And I haven't received a response. And I'm under the impression by the Attorney General that I could make this request verbally also, and I did do that.
Mr. DeBortnowski?
Yeah, we have received the document request and we are in the process of putting together responsive documents.
Okay, very good. And did you,
With that date,
We will probably get something to you within 10 days from the original request and let you know, but it's a pretty extensive request, so it may take some time.
okay,
it's been almost a month.
did you wish to say anything further before we move on?
As I've said on the record before, I have no interest in any of the properties, and I think if Ms. Rogers is aggrieved, there's a building next door, she can go and take the grievances out there.
His signature is on the document.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. All right. We appreciate your coming this evening. Madam Clerk?
There are no additional speakers. However, we did receive her emailed public comment that was emailed to the council and posted to the website.
All right, thank you very much. All right, with that said, the chair is going to close the public comment period and bring the item back to the council. Before we move on to our next item, we're going to take a brief 5-minute break in the event that there are members in our audience that wish to leave. I see a number of children, so want to give that opportunity to our families. We'll be resuming at 6:40 p.m. I'll extend it. Get my attention and I'll respond. Okay. No. Do you? What? I did, but it's okay. It's already like out of my mind because I know I have 5 minutes, but it's okay. I won't be able to finish. You stop, you just stop. Right, we are going to resume open session at 6:41. All right, we're now going to take up our first business in order this evening, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. This is consideration of resolution numbers VWD 23-009 and VWD 23-010, resolutions of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District making its determination to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for fiscal year 2023-2024. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. This item we're actually speaking to in our capacity as the Board of Directors for the Victorville Water District. And as you'll recall, the Victorville Water District comprises 2 special districts that were independently run up until about 2006, until the city of Victorville annexed those districts into its operational boundaries. But effectively, we took on 2 water improvement districts. WID 1 is Water Improvement District number 1, which was the former Victor Valley Water District jurisdictional boundaries. And then WID 2 is the former Baldy Mesa Water District boundaries. And through those districts, we're providing water services to local customers, residents in the city of Victorville. Both of those districts have a property-based assessment attached to properties for slightly different purposes, but do require us annually to affirm and affix and effectively levy what's called standby charges, property-based assessments. And so with that, we at the last meeting in May, we actually initiated the proceedings, properly noticed this item as a public hearing to allow for the public the best opportunity to speak, ask question, raise comment, express concern, and therefore allow for that to ultimately fulfill the deliberation by this council, which would be to consider the continuance of this levy on the properties in the 2 water district boundaries. So with that, the author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews, and he is available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors conduct a public hearing, receive testimony for the adoption of proposed resolution numbers VWD 23-009 and VWD 23-010, and close the public hearing. Adopt resolution number VWD 23-009 entitled "A Resolution of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District making its determination to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for Water Improvement District 1 for fiscal year 2023-2024, and adopt resolution number VWD 23-010 entitled "A Resolution of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District making its determination to fix, levy, and collect standby charges for Water Improvement District 2 for fiscal year 2023-2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, before we move on to technical questions, I actually wanted to make a few friendly reminders this evening that I intended to do when the agenda was presented, but I've opted to wait until now because we had so many members in the audience. So I'm going to take care of some minor business now. So as a few friendly reminders to my council, should you wish to speak, please be sure to first seek recognition from the chair. To review, that's accomplished by addressing me by title, then stating that you have a question, etc. Wait for a response to ensure you've been given the floor. Additionally, comments are to be directed to the full of the council. Questions are to be directed to the city manager or city attorney, who may further direct the question to a designee. Side conversations of any sort with each other or staff is not permitted. This is so that our body and the public may have the benefit of our deliberations and discussion. In this way, not only do we safeguard transparency, but also we give what's due to one another, to staff, and to the public. And that is our full measure of attention and respect. For those same reasons, members may not leave their seats without first obtaining permission from the chair. Finally, please do not giggle, laugh, or in any way make light of another's opinion, questions, or comments. For the sake of our community and staff, we must rise to the dignity demanded by our office. All right, so with that said, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. And we're going to begin with Member Gomez.
So for the first item, I have a question. What distinguishes WID 1 from WID 2 based on the California codes? I know one is 30 or under 30 and one is $10 yearly, but I wasn't sure what made the distinctions between WID 1 and WID 2. So I need clarification. I don't see it in the reporting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. The distinction is largely based upon the geographic difference between the two areas. They effectively share common boundaries on Baldy Mesa's east side and in Victorville's west side. But the real distinction for the two is more geographic based.
Okay, so in that regard, is there also, because I just don't understand, we're using two different California codes, one for under $30 per year per acre, and the other one $10. I was wondering if one is more residential versus the other one is more industrial, or why such a big gap when it comes to?
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As discussed in the staff report, there are two different assessments and there are two different forms of benefit assessment. In the case of WID 1, there is a benefit assessment of $10 per acre of each acre of land that is not developed and is within 660 feet of an existing water main improvement. And that's effectively a form of a benefit assessment. It's a charge for having the benefit of improvements to the property without actually having had to pay for those improvements. In the case of the assessment that is in the Baldy Mesa Water District, that charge is for all parcels in the order of $15, and that is a benefit assessment due to Baldy Mesa having issued bonds. And so effectively that form of assessment is used to serve as security to the bonds that were issued by Baldy Mesa that were then used back at issuance to pay for water improvements within the WID 2 boundary.
So here, and I'm talking about the standby charges. So that's basically a charge that's been imposed by Victorville, but I didn't understand quite well why the assessment was going to the assessor's office without thinking about the city first providing and then the assessor taking the responsibility. I thought Victorville would do it alone. I kind of understand, but I kind of don't.
So first, these assessments have been in place well before the city of Victorville had actually taken over the two districts. We effectively inherited these assessments as a function of operating the districts. And why the assessor is involved has more to do with, because these are property-based assessments, the collection is through the property taxes. So we have to, as a part of this process, annually affirm the taxes to continue to be imposed. And with the approval of this item tonight, we would then actually notify the assessor, who then is responsible for including on individual property taxes, the actual bills. They, in this particular case, would include the property-based assessment that this council is being asked to affirm tonight.
Okay, thank you. And then bear with me if you don't understand my question, I'll try to further explain. So it's a two-part combo. So the publishing requirements, I suppose, are based on Prop 218, but we're saying publishing requirements. If that's the case, you could just say yes. And the second part of that question is, so to continue with the rate affordability, what is the difference in dollars between the 15 and the 10 between the assessment years? And I know that question isn't quite clear because I'm not a property owner. So for more clarity for that last question is, I know for a fact that people don't pay $10 for that 1 acre a year and they're happy with their water because there has to be the maintenance and the operation that goes with
Your
it.
time is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Metzler, to the extent that you understand where she's going, please feel free.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, I didn't quite make the connection with the point that she was trying to make.
Okay, thank you. All right, Member Harriman,
I have none.
thank you. Member Irving,
I found the staff report to be straightforward. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Metzler, as Member Irving said, it is very well written. I do see WID 1 has been since 1975 and WID 2 has been since 1969. I've been on this council for 3 years and this will probably be my 3rd year of voting on it. It hasn't changed, right? Just the years that we vote on it changed, like last year was 22 and this year's 23. It reads the same, correct?
That is correct. We have not changed these assessments so long as I've been here and probably even longer.
Okay. Just wanting to make sure that what I read last year is just a different year and a different number.
It's the same item we did last year.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And it's, I mean, to my knowledge, it's the same. I'm in my 5th year. All right, so with that said, the chair has no questions, and I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing to take public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, the chair closes the public hearing and invites a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors. As to points 2 and 3, as we've already dispensed with point number 1.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so for clarification, is that to adopt staff's recommendation as to points 2 and 3?
Points 2 and 3, yes.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving.
None, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has adopted staff's recommendation as to points 2 and 3 as presented on the agenda. Moving on to public hearing item number 2. This is the urgency ordinance number 2439 and ordinance 2440, amending and or temporarily suspending certain provisions of chapters 7.05 and 7.04 and 7.05 of Title 7 of the Victorville Municipal Code for the purposes of addressing an imminent lack of animal sheltering capacity and facilities in the city, revising fee provisions, updating references to responsible personnel, and declaring the urgency thereof. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We don't do these too often, but in this particular case, we have an urgency ordinance relative to certain provisions in our municipal code, along with a regular ordinance that would deal with those same provisions, suggesting alteration to our codes, especially as they relate to animal control. And as you know, we've been in quite a bit of a scramble over the last 30 to 60 days here, especially as we got notice on April 1st of this year that our shelter operator is effectively going to be closing its doors to us. And therefore, it's required us to try to find an interim solution with the view of reestablishing a longer term solution. So effectively what you have here in this item is alterations to our code that provide us with better flexibility to respond to this period of time where we need to act quickly, especially as we're being asked to alter how we conduct our animal control operation affairs, especially as it's different It's been the same largely for the last 30 years, and it's being altered now, just to respond to the issue. We do have a brief presentation I thought would be beneficial not only to yourself, but members of the public, just to kind of talk through what has transpired since April 1st and what we've accomplished, because we've been largely focused on just trying to find solutions. And I know we've been sharing information with this council, but haven't been too public with that. But I think we're prepared to share a little bit more publicly, which then we're hoping leads into the support to actually move these ordinances forward. So with that, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you. All right, so before we begin the presentation, council members, you have a hard copy of the PowerPoint. And so if you'll kindly hold your questions until that's concluded and you're called upon. Thank you. Mr. Duran.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Yeah, before you, as the city manager had indicated, is a short presentation outlining our efforts, focusing primarily on the temporary shelter operations. We started this effort with identifying priorities to establish a shelter, something of course that is new as far as operations for us. And outlined before you are the priorities that upon assessment with and visits with other shelters, we identified safe and efficient operation procedures for staff is what's utmost importance. We want to make sure that any processes that we put in place, care for the animals, the cleaning of the facilities are done with safety in mind for our staff members and our officers. Safe and clean, compassionate care for our animals. That is also a major priority. It's actually a competing priority with our staff, of course. But it is very important for us to establish proper care, proper food, proper sanitation to care for a variety of animals and a large number of animals that we anticipate having at this temporary facility. Safe and efficient access for our residents for lost pets and pet adoptions. As you'll see in just a bit, we, aside from the pictures that you're seeing, what you're seeing there before you is our auxiliary Palmdale yard, what we call our Palmdale yards off of Palmdale Road. It doesn't have access to the public, but it's in the area that we've developed to expand our animal shelter. And so considering that we're going to be doing adoptions, our adoption operations will take place at our Armagosa location in our office, at the rear of our operations, where between the CHP and the police department. Another priority was maintaining shelter space and flexibility for unforeseen animal welfare in quarantine situations. As often as what we find on occasion is we will get requests from law enforcement, from fire, from code enforcement to seize an animal, hold an animal. And so those unforeseen situations is where we need added flexibility at our facility to make sure that we're not always at capacity. Public outreach and education and service availability. As you'll see briefly, a major component to ensure that the public understands how to find their pets, how to adopt a pet, how to license a pet. And so we've been working with some nonprofits as well to help us craft that message. And of course, identify a long-term animal shelter solution, which I'll touch on just briefly, where we've coordinated some visits of some commercial locations with some help from our economic development staff. Before you is a timeline of our efforts from the time that we got served our notice from VVAPL, which was a very good partner in the length of time that they provided us shelter and adoption services. I'll go through it briefly. In early to mid-April, we of course got the notice from VVAPL. Staff began to inquire with other agencies for shelter space, just to knock that out to see if they're, the county, Apple Valley, Barstow had any space, of course, and they're of course encountering the same constraints that a lot of agencies are encountering with a high number of relinquished animals. We began coordination with Best Friends, a nonprofit group where to date, they're still providing us with best practices to operate a temporary shelter, outlining sanitation practices, public information practices, adoption protocols to make sure we match pets with correct residents seeking to adopt. Moved on to mid-April, AC staff began to visit other facility locations, primarily to gauge, to educate ourselves, to be very candid. It's to gauge operational needs, prioritize staff needs, prioritize equipment and services in anticipation that we were going to start launching our own temporary facility. Staff began to source temporary kennels. We purchased some kennels from Tractor Supply and from Cactus Feed as well. And of course, we began to implement and identify our budget needs, considering both a temporary and long-term animal shelter. Moving on to mid to late April, staff began to purchase the entry-level kennels and assemble them. That was done by our facility staff and our animal control staff. We began to set up shelter facility to coordinate and arrange what we call our Palmdale yard. Staff began to establish repair needs for what will be our adoption center. Our facility staff to date has been working tirelessly to repair and repair the awning and make that area ready for adoptions. We also entered into contract with the county as an overflow plan, which was finalized in late May. This will allow us to use the county to house animals should we get into capacity. It'll be at the DeVore location, and of course, it will create probably some logistical challenges for us and our residents. So certainly that's our fallback plan, but we needed that to be in place to address any unexpected issues. In early to mid-May, our temporary shelters operations began. And I got to give kudos to our staff. They were excited. They were ready for the challenge, animated, and they've tackled this head on. We also concurrently began to work with our economic development team to evaluate commercial locations for a long-term solution. We've visited at least 5 locations, 5,000 to 10,000 square foot locations. And in that, we learned a lot as well in considering what the public needs in order to effectively operate a shelter and some of the features that this potential location needs to have. We also began to source industry standard kennels. Aside from the Tractor Supply kennels that we purchased, these are temporary kennels. We needed kennels that have drains on them for proper sanitation for the animals. So we have started to source that. We started the repairs, the repairs continued at our adoption area as well. Our city attorney's office began to assist us as well with the urgency ordinance and crafting what is before you, again, the urgency ordinance, and identifying language that needs to be in place to effectively assist us with our needed temporary operations. And that leads us to mid to late May, where we needed to establish a reliable pets food source. We have partnered with Science Diet and just recently got approved for that. That was very important because we wanted to make sure that a good food source for the animals means that it makes it easier for us to clean the facilities. Of course, we're not changing it from food to food, different brands. And Science Diet is a high quality pet food. We continue to evaluate potential shelter sites with other agencies. We began to have pet adoptions in coordination with animal rescues. We've been pretty successful with that thus far. I think about 12 animals have been transferred to animal rescues. And we've began to coordinate some support with other departments to walk the animals. As you would imagine, they make it a little kennel crazy. So our code enforcement staff, has been partnering with our animal control staff daily to take these animals out for a walk and just keep them calm, and it's absolutely working. Following our operational adjustments, we need to limit the relinquishes from current pet owners, which is what the ordinance primarily outlines as well. We do have some pet owners that will call us and say they no longer want their pet. It's important that we maintain, we encourage them to find us, to rehome their pet on their own. We'll definitely give them some resources, but it's important for us to manage our limited space for priority calls. We also need to stay licensing fees through the 31st through the end of the year to increase the microchip pet population. And I'll share with you just shortly some of the outcome of our recent shot clinic, which was just outstanding. But this will allow us to increase the ability for us to identify pets and return them back to their owners. Many of our pets are not chipped, and makes it very challenging, of course, for animals. It's free so long as they agree for it to a chip. We also need to increase the, that actually relates to the chipping, the third point there. And of course, the fourth point relates to the need for us to prioritize ongoing space for law enforcement and police, and some occasional hoarding situations that we sometimes come across with. That's it, but I wanted to share some pictures with you of our event that happened this Saturday. It was supposed to end at 1, it ended at 3. The line was so long, and we've never had a turnout to this magnitude. We were doing pet adoptions. We also issued, we had 350 vaccinations, 290 of those were rabies. We issued 200 licenses. We adopted 7 of 8 animals and 1 of 4 cats. It was just an outstanding event. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can just kind of put a bookend on it,
Yes.
and speaking to the event that George and his team hosted this weekend, notwithstanding the efforts, the monumental efforts that they put into actually getting us temporary facilities in place, those types of events, along with the loosening or the altering of the code, are really intended to directly buy us some time, if you will, with respect to the amount of shelter space that we have in our facilities. So if right now, from the staff report, we've got 62 dog kennels, for example, and we have the ability to grow to 74 here in the near term. One of the things that we're focused on, both with these events and the use of our code, is to slow down our facilities reaching capacity to where we have nowhere to place our animals. And that's a real serious concern for us, because when you look at the collective volume of animals that we processed through VVAPL, it's much greater than the capacity that we're currently managing, that we've just created over the last 45 days. And so therefore, that's the ultimate need, is to get us to a larger facility that provides us with more of long-term type solutions. So that's where we're headed. But with the event that George is just speaking of, and really as a supplement to the collective effort, the altering of these codes is really intended to help slow down effectively the buildup of animals in our temporary shelters.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation, please?
That the Honorable City Council open, conduct, and close a public hearing to receive citizen comments regarding urgency ordinance number 2439 and the municipal code amendments included therein. Make the environmental exemption finding relative to urgency ordinance number 2439 based on sections 15060C2, 15378B5, and 15301 of the CEQA guidelines. Make the finding of urgency, waive further reading, and adopt urgency ordinance number 2439. Open, conduct, and close a public hearing to receive citizen comments regarding ordinance number 2440 and the municipal code amendments included therein. Make the environmental exemption findings relative to ordinance number 2440 based on sections 15060C2, 15378B5, and 15301 of the CEQA guidelines. Introduce ordinance number 2440 for adoption and first reading by title only, and waive further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2440.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification as to the staff report and certainly the presentation. With that said, we're going to begin with Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
I don't have any questions. I do have a comment, so I'll save my comments for that section.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Gomez.
How does this affect the adopting or the purchasing of animals? Is my question. That's my first question. And then also there's a modification to the municipal code, and I just thought municipal code requirements required the vote of the people, but I suspect there's also urgency measures that you can do it alternate options. I'm just seeking clarity for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As to the adopting out, that's something that's new to us, but we are certainly incorporating that as a part of our temporary practice and certainly envision as a part of our longer term practice. And in fact, we've brought nonprofit advisory assistance in this matter and are relying on that also to help shape the placement of some of the animals. As to the code, your municipal code is a document that effectively establishes local law, and this council ultimately is responsible for establishing law and maintaining the law via its municipal code. And with that being said, the municipal code is voted upon by the council for any laws that it wants to create. We do have to go through a public hearing process, which is what we're doing tonight. And there's procedural steps as well that have to occur. But we do take on public feedback as a part of that whole process before the council deliberates and decides to take action with respect to its code. The traditional process is a 45-day process. However, given the urgent nature of what we're dealing with, there are provisions in government code that allow for the adoption of an urgency ordinance, which is effectively what we're asking you to do tonight, which would, with a 4/5 vote, actually effectuate the law tomorrow. Of course, the official law becomes effective once the 45 days elapses. So it gives us an ability to immediately act as if we've already achieved the 45-day period.
Thank you. And my next question is previous services, obviously were, like you said, the Victor Valley Animal Protective League. And recently we had also an item that we talked about animal shelters or how we would do about this, but I wanted to see if you can expand a little bit more on how that declaration to suspend certain things in chapter 7. Why is it required? I don't still quite understand the need for the urgency in not waiting the 45 days.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, and perhaps George can help me when I say something wrong. But I think one example is just the general nature of how your municipal code is currently written. And it has the effect of us as staff being required to handle all issues involving loose animals, whether they're strays or what have you. And an example of what we're trying to accomplish through the suspending is providing us flexibility to allow us to give priority instead of all animals on the loose, let's say, but instead prioritizing to say vicious dogs where a bite has actually occurred. If there's a police call out, we definitely run into situations involving PD. Help me expand on that a little bit, George.
Sure, we need space for a bite to human. That animal needs to be quarantined. In addition to the fees, or I guess the suspension of some of these fees, it's also aimed at encouraging pet owners who perhaps are discouraged from claiming their animal when it is, picked up due to stray, to come claim it. It's sometimes the fees do, scare off people. So the ordinance does have some provisions, so the draft ordinance has a provision to encourage them to come and claim it without imposing impound fees and apprehension fees, with certain limits, of course, so we can manage any abuse to that. And it also distinguishes, benefits to animals, to pet owners that are licensed, that are spayed and neutered. When the animals are animals, of course, they're going to get out, to encourage them to come claim it. It also distinguishes animals that are unaltered, with the same benefit with some limitations.
Thank you. Unaltered then means not spayed. Is that what it means?
Correct.
Oh, got it. And then how is it going to affect those eligibility vouchers for surgical procedures in clinics or veterinary offices?
It won't impact that.
So that would be a part still vouchers.
Vouchers subject to a license.
Okay. And then I was also looking at some of the, like you said, $25 or whatever not to pay. How does that affect revenue increases if there was increases, and how are you going to manage that aspect?
As outlined in the staff report, we definitely anticipate some impact to revenues. Of course, those revenues that were generally generated by licensing and apprehension fees and impound fees. But of course, I think the idea here is that the long-term cost of, housing and sheltering thousands of animals a year offsets
Is there a sunset date to this urgency?
31st.
Till 31st. And finally, if you look on page 11, subsection B, 7.04.280, violations and penalties. I just saw a couple of crossouts. To me, it just seemed like, why did we have to do the crossouts when the discretion of the city attorney is the same thing as having provisions? I'm just trying to understand why we did what we did on that section.
What page are you on?
Page 11, subsection B of 7.04.280, violations and penalties. Because I still presume there's still civil liabilities, and there's still circumstances that the facts can be presented and the attorney can say, hey, these people have merit misdemeanors or this and that, which is what the old version said, but this kind of.
Your time is up.
Yeah, I think she's referring, so in our three versions of the ordinances, they have, each have a page 11, but that's not the actual page here. I think what Ms. Gomez was speaking to was basically the formatting of the code to show the additions, deletions, because typically we use the strike through to show the deletion, the underline. So it's more a legal format, and also a format for you to track much more easily of the current code where are the changes actually occurring.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that said, the chair has no questions. We're going to go ahead and move on to the public hearing, and take public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Caitlin Quick.
Welcome again, Ms. Quick.
Hi, I said what I needed to say earlier. No further comments. Sorry.
We're good. Thank you so much.
There are no additional speakers.
All right, with that said, the chair closes the public hearing and brings the item back to the council. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of ordinance 2440?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, amending and or temporarily suspending certain provisions of Chapter 7.04 and 7.05 of Title 7 of the Victorville Municipal Code for the purpose of addressing an imminent lack of animal sheltering capacity and facilities in the city, revising free provisions, and updating references to responsible personnel.
Thank you. All right, at this time, the chair is going to invite a motion from the council to adopt staff's recommendation as to points 2 through 4 and 6 through 8. If there's any member that wishes to move that forward, please feel free to say so moved.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just simply wanted to say that, while I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, the staff report was well written. I really want to commend you, Mr. Duran, on this lovely presentation. The timeline here that you provided for us, it kind of conveyed the urgency situation. So I appreciate that. And I just wanted to say, job well done. Thank you.
Pardon me, Madam Mayor, did you want me to read ordinance 2439 as well?
You know what? I had only on this that it was 2440 only. I thought because it was urgency, we didn't have to do that. Am I correct, Mr.? All right, we got it.
Also, way reading.
It's not written in the recommendation that way, so please will you do that as well?
Certainly. An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, amending and or temporarily suspending certain provisions of Chapter 7.04 and 7.05 of Title 7 of the Victorville Municipal Code for the purpose of addressing an imminent lack of animal sheltering capacity and facilities in the city, revising fee provisions, updating references to responsible personnel, and declaring the urgency thereof.
Thank you very much for that. All right. Now with that said, Member Irving, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Same thing, ditto with, Mrs. Irving. Mr. Metzler, to your animal control staff, kudos. They got trial by fire is what this is called. They hit the ground running and haven't stopped. So congratulations to them and your staff wherever George went.
All right, yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes, I actually think the opposite. I really do believe that that 45-day period is really important. And sometimes I guess we can jump the boat. I mean, we had April 30th till now, so that's about 5 weeks. We didn't do anything then, so we already waited for the urgency 5 weeks later, which 45 days doesn't make a difference in my opinion.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I would also like to commend Mr. Duran and his staff. We all know how nobody saw this coming. So you guys have handled this great, and I think you guys did a fantastic job. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Harriman, and certainly the chair joins in with her colleagues in commending staff for the very taking on so well the very difficult task that was put before them. All right, with that said, the chair is going to close the discussion period, and Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has just taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as to points 2 through 4 and 6 through 8 as presented on the agenda. Now going to move on to public hearing item number 3. This is the annual budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is that time of year where we consider our annual budget, which is effectively our revenue and expenditure plan for the upcoming fiscal year. Last Wednesday, and thank you for your time and indulgence last Wednesday, but we actually had a presentation where we actually broke this budget down in much greater detail. We also identified some things that were known to us, or some items that were known to us at the time that weren't included in that presentation, but are included in this budget. So one of the things that we've done in the past is largely at this meeting, represent what you saw last week at the workshop. We're going to spare you that hour and a half to 2 hour long presentation. And this year, because we're actually very proud of the new system that we used to actually present this budget. First things first, getting the actual system installed and everybody trained on it is a task in of itself, and then to fit into the budget timeline of actually being able to, in this first week of June, present the budget is a pretty big deal to us. So in summary, we have a brief presentation for you on that budget software program, and they can kind of walk through some of the items that are in the budget. But altogether, at the end of this conversation, what we're looking at is a budget for the 2023-2024 fiscal year with a revenue plan of $328.7 million and an expenditure plan of about $345.1 million, which that expenditure plan includes about $45.5 million in capital. And so with that, this budget also acts not only as the city of Victorville, but as the airport authority, library board of trustees, successor agency, water district, and your housing asset successor. So with that, I'll turn it over. We can turn it over to Sophie, who then can introduce her team.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I am going to bring up so we can get us started. Mr. Rick Flincham, he is a specialist in our finance department, and he has been the lead on the implementation of our new OpenGov budgeting module that we used to prepare this year's budget for the first time. While he's doing that, you should all have a Zoom display on your computer, and if not, it is showing on, or will be showing, I believe, on both screens. Okay, so with that, what we're going to show you very quickly are just a couple of highlights of the features from our new software. So you may have noticed that the budget books that we put together for you look a little different than prior years. And the reason for that is they were generated out of our new software. So you actually approved in the current fiscal year for us to implement this new software module out of the OpenGov platform. And we simply printed certain reports and pages out of the online book for you so that you would still have a book. But basically the software is meant to develop an interactive and online budget book for you as well as any member of the public to see. So what you're seeing here is our homepage on the city's website, and we have added to the news section, as you'll see there, a button that was proposed 23-24 budget. Ultimately, a link to this budget page here, this OpenGov main page, will be, it's housed on the finance department page. So with that, the table of contents may look familiar. It's just like what's printed in your book, but this is the interactive version of the book. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rick for now to show you an overview of a couple of the features.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm excited to be able to show you some of the work we've been doing in support of this budget process. I'm going to go ahead and go into our budget overview. The pages you'll see here are going to be very similar to your printed materials this evening. But in our OpenGov system, there's actually a great deal of functionality that allows us to really get more details about the revenues and expenses that we're anticipating for this fiscal year and our upcoming fiscal year. And this is a system that's going to be available both to our internal stakeholders, our council, and our residents, as well as our deputy city manager said, this is something that is going to be hosted on our finance website that's available publicly. On this page is our citywide budget. It's a summary of our anticipated revenues and expenses citywide for the fiscal year 2024. The charts in these pages are interactive, so it's one of our differences that we have from our printed materials. This is a chart more or less summarizing our city expenses for the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget. And when I hover over some of these sections, we'll see that we start to see the system kind of interact. So if I hover over personnel, this is a summary of our personnel costs along with its percentage of the budget for the fiscal year 2024. When I click on this, this is going to link us to another tool that we call our OpenGov transparency module. This is a very detailed tool. There's quite a bit of financial data in it, but it's been configured as a sort of summary system that'll allow members of the public and our internal staff to view different reports that have been configured in support of this budget. I scroll down a little. This is a view of our citywide expenses for the upcoming year. When I expand our report, this is a by category summary of all the expenses that we've anticipated for this upcoming fiscal year. So it's a very detailed tool. and it can be modified depending on what a individual user is looking to see. If we go over to our left-hand side, for example, we also have some general fund and Measure P summaries. If I click on general fund expenses, this essentially highlights the same report, but is serving as a summary of our Measure P expenses. And this is our general fund. But as in the last report, this is something that can give us a detailed breakdown on our operating costs, our personnel costs, capital costs. And it's really been tied in with the budget book to allow a lot of interactive features throughout all of the pages that you're going to be seeing. I'm going to go back and forth between this tool. So I'm actually going to go back to our budget book. If I scroll up to the top, our table of contents, this is kind of the home page where all of our pages are housed. We've also built out several department and fund summaries to provide users with more information as to the services and finances behind each of our departments and the funds that they oversee. But we take our code compliance and animal control department, for example. Each department has been configured with a page that's very similar to this. So each page will have details about the services that they provide, some personnel summaries, their strategic goals, and also several financial reports that also link to this platform. So if we take our code compliance, for example, when we dig in, it functions very similarly. And when we click into it, this tool will also summarize by department their individual expenses. So this particular view is breaking down code compliance by its different funds and the accounts that it oversees. Within this tool, if there is a situation where a department wanted to, or a user wanted to see a different view, it's a relatively easy process to switch over to a different sort of view. If I go into our filters tab, it's relatively easy for a user to, instead of seeing it by account, we can just change our broken down by field to expense type. And instead what we see is a breakdown of the code compliance department, the same exact dollar figure, but just broken down in the different categories that it's going to be spending. One other feature that's not so much financial that we are excited to show off in this budget system is our translation option that we have. It's a system powered by Google Translate that's been built into every page within this budget book. If there's a user that's of a different language and is wanting to see that book presented in that language, up here at the right-hand corner in the top, there's an option. Several languages are available. We'll go ahead and pick Spanish for this one. In this case, the budget system automatically translates and is available in many different languages. So this is a feature that's built right into our budget system and is available on every page. If we want to switch back to show original. So the translation happens more or less automatically and is available throughout every page.
I think now we're gonna go back to the table of contents and highlight how our capital projects lay out in this program and show you what kind of information you could see for each project.
So for each capital improvement project being requested in this budget, each project has been built with its own page. It'll be very similar to the pages you see in your documents. And each page is built with the different funding sources and details and justifications on each project to provide users with information as to the projects that we're going to be undertaking in this fiscal year. If we take our road improvements on Mojave Drive from La Paz to Elevado, you'll see here that this is something we've built out to really highlight the justification and the description behind the pages. Some of its financial information, so its funding sources, the amount that's going to be spent, as well as a map to sort of situate a reader in terms of where the project within the community is going to be located. So for projects that have specific locations, these are also included in here as well.
So the final area we wanted to cover is still a work in progress, we must admit, but it's a really good feature that we are starting to implement after the budget is adopted, hopefully tonight. And it involves projects and expenditures being tied to the council's strategic plan goals and priorities. So as you can see, here's just a sample. And as I mentioned, we still have to link quite a few of our projects and expenditures as they're approved to a specific goal, but the goal, the goals from the plan are already entered into the program. And as you can see here from the slide, there's a few projects there that are making the nexus between the strategic plan goal and the specific strategy for that goal and the expenditure. And over the next couple of months, we'll be building out pages for each of the goals. We know they are changing, so we'll build them probably briefly, and then as the new goals are adopted over the next 3 months, we'll update those pages. And then you'll be able to go to a goal. Let's take reduce homelessness, for example, and see all the line items and projects and expenditures in the budget that are tied to addressing that strategic goal, for example. So we'll be building out those pages. That's a feature that we will be implementing over the next couple of months. So with that, that's a very high level overview of the program and the features. You can go in and play with it. It's live now. So if you have any questions for us, we're available.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Exceptional. All right, before we get into the questions, Madam Clerk, will you read the recommendation, please?
That the Honorable City Council, also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Water District, and the City of Victorville as housing asset successor, open and conduct a public hearing, close the public hearing, accept the transmittal letter from the Measure P Oversight Committee, adopt the attached resolutions numbers 23-036, LBT 23-001, SCLAA 23-008, RSA 23-002, BWD 23-008, and CHAZ 23-002 respectively, for the establishment and adoption of the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual budget. That the Honorable City Council adopt resolution number 23-037, establishing and adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 annual appropriations limit in the amount of $1,426,094,231 pursuant to the California State Constitution, Article, sorry, I don't know that Roman numeral, government spending limitation.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, very much. All right, now we're going to get into questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report and certainly the presentation. We're going to begin this time with Member Irving.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
I have a question before you move forward.
Yes.
So are we questions yet for this item or just the presentation, or it's a combination?
It's technical questions for clarification as we always do it. So it's the presentation and the staff report. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Mr. Metzler said it best. On May 31st, staff broke it down. So my issues were addressed, which had to do with replenishing funds to the general fund reserve. So I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, reading my notes. I'm going to piggyback on that one. The general fund, Mr. Metzler, one cost that I would like to see start going up, recovery costs for fire department, police department, and public works when they respond to false alarms, when they respond to a DUI driver that has closed the road for maybe 18, 20 hours because we've had other issues. We really need to get the reserves back for general fund for those that you're gonna break the law, you're gonna break it on purpose, then let's get our money back. Also our police department, I see is gonna grow, and our fire department, I like that. Maybe if one of them can be a parking enforcement officer, hitting red zones and handicap. People don't seem to think that chair, they want a quick way into the store. Very good on that. To all the divisions and departments, very well put, very well written. I don't know if it was the new program you guys have, easier to understand, or if it was the way it was presented Monday. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your hard work on this.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes, so one thing for the Google Translate, is that AI? artificial intelligence doing that? Because I know I asked the question formally and it was AI, and when I checked it, the rendition was way off, so I don't know if it's still the same.
I'm not sure if it's AI powered. It is something that's configured by our OpenGov vendor. That's certainly a question that we can explore with them, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question, what's the web link for the page that's active?
That link is available on the homepage of the city's website. It should be included as an addendum in your staff report and will also be available on the finance website.
So it's not like you can't tell me victorvillec.gov/agenda/live or something.
Because it's powered by OpenGov, it's quite an elaborate link, so off the top of my head.
So if I were to look for it right now, I would go to the homepage, and what is my key term? What tab am I pressing so I can do all this on my own later?
I believe the tab is called View the Fiscal 23-24 Proposed Budget.
Oh,
It's
okay.
in about the center of the homepage.
Okay, so what you were showing me, I thought it was something that we always have and always update. So information is there rather than asking questions. I could just read it on my own. Is that what it is?
That is correct, yes. The data is in a live format and will always be viewable in that format.
Thank you. My next question is for the resolutions. Who's responsible for writing the resolutions?
The drafting of the resolution starts in the city attorney's office. City's attorney's office collaborates with the staff of the respective department that's involved in the item. There's also collaboration with the city clerk's office.
Thank you. So just for resolutions 23-030, 23-0336, RSA 23-002, LBT 23-001, BWD 22-012, CHAS 23-002, and the attachment G 23-037 probably should have June 7th. I believe that's what was meant to be stated. If not, you can always let me know. Today's not the 6th. So if that correction needs to be made, I just want to put it on the record. And I have another question.
Today's
Yeah, today's the 6th. Okay, because I kept looking back 6th and 7th, and I'm just like, if that's not the case, let me let them know, because I was thinking the same thing, and then someone said the 7th, and then I went the 7th. So thank you for that clarification. So the other question that I have is for the golf course, is it still being funded under enterprise funds? And if so, the water, where's the water coming from? And is it being also subject to assessment fees?
So the golf course is not an enterprise. We stopped treating it as enterprise many, many years ago. And effectively, the golf course is treated as a park. It's a public park facility that would fall under the Parks and Recreation Division of the Community Services Department. As far as the assessments question, no. As far as water, the water paid for to keep the grass green at the golf course is paid for through the operations of the golf course.
And then my next question is, what funding source does the 30,500 come from in animal control? That's on page 74. It says general fund for animal kennels, so I'm gonna presume it only comes from general fund?
As to that particular item, if that's what you're reading,
Yes.
it's a general fund, that's where it's coming from.
Okay, perfect. And then for the other allocations that were added from.
Our time is up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I have nothing. That's a cool, I like that. That's pretty, I mean, that'll be great for the public to check that out. Anyways, thanks to the staff and everybody and all the hard work they did. And for me, it makes things easier for me for sure. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Member Harriman. So just really one major question at our, and of course, this is coming off the heels of our budget workshop that we just had last Wednesday. That was quite extensive. So at the conclusion of the budget workshop, there were some things that you were going to build into the final budget that hadn't been considered in the draft, which was the part-time COLA, what hadn't been baked into the tune of about 82,000. The 300,000 for road funded by Measure A, it might not be enough. Have we attended to that? And then, there was a thought that there might be a possible need for changes regarding animal control in terms of cages and, other types of things. Have those all been taken care of?
They have.
All right, thank you. All right, and I do have, okay, right, so there were some things that I had wanted to kind of put into this budget that I didn't find myself in the position to do it at the time, so I'm probably gonna make a few comments during the time when we have a comment on our motion, and then to the extent that that's, you know, the will of the council at some point. If not, I'll certainly present an agenda item. I know that we're gonna probably, as per usual, amend the budget from here, you know, a few times throughout the year. So with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and excuse me. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The chair closes the public hearing and brings the item back to the council. This time, the chair is going to invite a motion from the council, the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors, the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, the Victorville Water District Board of Directors, and Victorville as Housing Assets successor, to adopt staff's recommendation as to points 3 and 5, as we've already dispensed with points 1 and 2. If any council member is so inclined, please feel free to say so moved.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Mayor Pro Tem.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, I have it written. I'm sorry, I wrote it backwards.
That's okay.
Member Irving.
I only want to commend staff on a job well done. Indeed, I agree with Councilman Harriman. The OpenGov feature or new software is very impressive. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you. Now, Mayor Pro Tem.
To staff and all the city employees from the top all the way up to from the bottom all the way up to the top. Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything you do on a day-to-day basis for us and for the citizens. Thank you very much for your hard work, and thanks to management executive team. Thank you for all your hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, in regards to the 17% reserve, taking the calculations would only be 58 million. I'm not sure if that would get us even through 1 month if we had an emergency and had to delve into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I'll just say it again. That's great. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Member Harriman. And so I just have to ask a question that just arose from a comment, just because I don't want our residents to have the wrong impression of our current budget. We will exceed our 17% general fund reserve. Correct, Mr. Metzler?
That is correct.
Right. We're not going to start having an issue getting down to even that 17% level for a number of years out, correct?
That is correct. We've projected out for the next 5 years, both general fund and Measure P, because those are the funds that have the 17% target. And so we've projected out, and certainly at least for this budget, we're projecting that we well exceed the 17% reserve target.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so I do want to join with my council members in commending staff for, let me say it again, the workshop that we had last week was a work of art for sure. I know it took hundreds of hours to put that together, to make sure that we had something put before us that was reliable and we can make decisions based on very good information. I do want to, maybe take a look at some point in the future about the council considering and taking a position in favor of improving maintenance, upkeep, and beautification, especially in those areas where LMED can't possibly, the revenues from LMED can't possibly keep pace with the rising costs of maintaining certain areas. So that I may bring forward at some future time. But the point of all of this is I'm so pleased with the budget. It's good to see that we're in good fiscal shape. I'm very proud to get out there in the community and feel this good about our city. I think, you know, the last number of years, we've never been as strong as we are now. And I'm so thankful for the great work of the city staff and the teamwork and the collaboration to get it done right for our Victorville residents. All right, with that said, the chair is going to go ahead and close the discussion period. And Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the Victorville Council and the council acting in its various capacities has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda as to points 3 through 5. With that said, we're going to move on to our next business in order, which is the consent calendar items 4 through 12. A motion is in order for the council and the council acting in its various capacities to approve action on consent calendar items 4 through 12 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Right, we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
On items 10 is no, all the others is yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, except for item 10, where Councilmember Gomez voted no.
Thank you. So the council and the council acting in its various capacities has adopted staff's recommendations as presented on the agenda for consent calendar items 4 through 12. Moving on to our next business and orders, written communications, beginning with item number 13. Mr. Metzler, will you kindly tee up the item? This is the benefits resolution number 23-038 and table of organization.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is somewhat of a companion item to the budget. In fact, the budget that we just approved includes the appropriations to basically accommodate what's contained in this particular item. And as we do every year, we adopt both the benefits resolution, which outlines compensation levels, benefits to all employees, also sets our table of organization, which is the personnel framework that we are permitted to operate within once approved by this council. And in fact, this table of org effectively establishes a framework of 538 full-time equivalent employees, which is 20 employees greater than what was allowed for in the current fiscal year budget. So an increase in the total number of personnel. The largest department contributing to that increase is the fire department, and that is to help support our enhancement to our medical services response. So with that, this is also the document that provides for the 3% COLA to the represented and non-represented employees, and also provides an enhancement to the healthcare subsidy offered to employees. So with that, that's the general nature of this item. The author on this item, actually, this is co-authored by your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith, along with your Human Resources Officer, Ms. Josie Trevino. They're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council adopt benefits resolution number 23-038, revising the table of organization and compensation schedule effective July 1, 2023.
All right, thank you. We're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, how is the CIP configured or rationale to compare for Riverside County versus, let's say, any other county? What were some of those characteristics?
I believe you're speaking of the CPI, not the CIP. And as this item speaks to the CPI, I can't speak to exactly what's in the metrics used to establish the 4.6% figure that's outlined in your staff report, but it is the measure that we annually use. It's a measure that we believe is closest related to our area as opposed to, say, other regions that may be higher or lower cost, living locations.
And then for the 538 full-time employees, does that exclude other positions or other full-time employees,
No, 538 is the number for all full-time, employees.
including part-timers?
Part-timer is not a full-timer, and so the full-time number that we just spoke to is just full-time. We do have a different number for part-timers, and I believe that is in your staff report.
Would you direct me to the page, please?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
looking. Oh, we don't have the total number, but we do have it outlined, the different positions that comprise the part-time titles or positions, which is on 715.
Thank you. And now for the cost of living 3%, is that also applicable to the page you just directed me?
The 3% cost of living allowance is applicable, is applied to the part-time employees as well.
Okay. So all employees, whether they're full-time, part-time, and I'm just gonna throw in the word consulting or on-call, it may make a difference, but I thought they were the same. The 3% is applicable to all of them.
The 3% is applicable to all full-time and part-time employees, not the consultants.
And all employees in those sectors that are getting the 3%, they also fall within the guidelines of receiving holiday pay and everything, or that's just a little different when it comes to
The be-
compensation?
Well, the benefits resolution does also identify holidays that are equally available to all employees, and that is set forth actually on page 707. Page 707, it identifies a total of 14 paid holidays.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Welcome.
Member Harriman.
Can you define the uniform, to me, just in layman's terms? The uniform allowance is gonna be different for from the management down to the bottom? Is that what that's saying?
There are a uniform allowance offered to a defined number of positions. There's a general amount available to the employees, but then there's also varying degrees based upon position, especially as you would run into the fire department.
Okay, another dumb question. Is the difference because the upper tier have to dress better?
I'm not sure. Maybe Ms. Smith can help me with that one.
And I may need the chief's input a little bit as far as the difference in the uniform for the more administrative staff. I believe you mentioned they were not as not like your class A's, for example. So I think that's part of the reason for the difference.
Yes, I'd be happy to answer. Not because we look better. The firefighters look much better than we do. Because we work more days per month than the firefighters do. So they're on 2 days and then they have 4 days off. So they work fewer days. So the uniform allowance is typically to clean and take care of the uniforms. And since we're working 5 days a week, that's why it's a little higher.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Member Harriman. No dumb questions here. Ever. No such thing. All right, Member Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Great job.
Thank you. And the chair has no questions on this, invites a motion from the council to adopt.
So move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. And that's to adopt, both of you.
Adopt.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Great job, guys.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. So, days off during the December holidays aren't prorated for any employee hired after January 1st, 2023. I didn't realize that there was that small little caveat for that. So I just wanted to make sure I put it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Irving,
No, job well done. Thank you.
thank you. Chair has no comments on the motion and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has taken action to adopt staff recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 14. This is the annual confirmation of maintenance assessment districts for fiscal year 2023, 2024. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. In some degree similar to what we were accomplishing on the very first item dealing with the water assessments. In this particular case, we're dealing with, again, property-based assessments that are collected through the property taxes administered by the county tax collector's office. And so annually, because we have in our city a number of assessment districts, in this particular case, you're dealing with four different types. You're dealing with the MADs, which is the maintenance assessment districts. You're dealing with the LMADs, which are the landscape maintenance assessment districts. DFADs are the drainage facility assessment districts, and the SLADs, which are the citywide street lighting assessment districts. Again, all property tax based, where effectively we're collecting monies through the property tax to pay for these respective services. And so annually we have to confirm the application of these taxes. And as a part of that effort, we actually perform an analysis that's actually contained in the city, what's called the city engineer's report, which is included among the attachments that you have. Altogether, this item, if approved by the council, will affirm the rates as recommended by the city engineer and authorize the transmittal of these assessments being affirmed to the county assessor's office. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler, and he is available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council approve resolution numbers 23-039, 23-042, 23-045, and 23-048, authorizing the initiation of proceedings for the annual levy of assessments for the drainage facilities assessment districts, landscape maintenance assessment districts, maintenance assessment districts, and the citywide street lighting assessment district for fiscal year 2023-2024. Approve resolution numbers 23-040, 23-043, 23-046, and 23-049, preliminarily approving the consolidated engineers reports filed in support of the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2023-2024, and approve resolution numbers 23-041, 23-044, 23-047, and 23-050, declaring its intention to levy the maintenance assessment districts for fiscal year 2023-2024, and setting a public hearing date of June 20th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so I'm looking at the increases for DFAD, 7.2%. The citywide 15 and all the others are at 0. Would you be able to explain some of the difference between the variety of those numbers in terms of percentages?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. And again, each of these assessment districts go through an analysis that involves comparing the revenues that can be collected or that are to be collected, I'm sorry, and matching up against the expenses. And each of these districts serve a different purpose. And so I think the easier one for me to answer is speaking to the SLAD, which is a street lighting assessment district. And of course, that is the highest of the proposed increases in the order of 15%. Of course, The citywide street lighting assessment district depends on electricity, so that's one major cost contributor to that district. But then there's also been an increase to the number of streetlights throughout the city. But there's also a large capital program that's been identified as needing to be funded. So, that would be probably the easiest to compare with. The DFAD, I haven't looked at that specifically. If we wanted to get into the detail of that, we could, but my suspicion is that's likely capital related as well. In the case of the LMADs, many of the LMADs, particularly LMADs 1 through 4, were in a very unfortunate position. And I think this was the comment that the mayor was speaking to as a part of the budget commentary as to wanting to try to address. And that is in the case of LMADs 1 through 4, because these were formed prior to the adoption of Proposition 218. The way these districts were formed, they did not allow for cost inflators to be applied. And so LMADs 1 through 4 in the city, especially for those that may even be in the audience here that have concern with respect to how some of our LMADs look. Perhaps they don't look as maintained or don't look as if they're maintained as frequently, or perhaps they're dying out. That's in large part because unless the property owners have actually approved a post 218 vote to increase the amounts collected, in those particular cases, we're not permitted to increase the collections. So those LMADs are going to continue to decline in their appearance. And then in the others, LMADs 5 through 8, because there are zeros there, my suspicion is that the engineer's report has determined that based upon the analysis of revenues and comparing those to expenses, that there are sufficient revenues to cover the expenses and therefore not needing an additional increase to those particular LMADs.
Thank you. And do we have any state authority that governs any of the districts to a restriction of no more than this allotted number, that allotted number that we have to be restrained from, or is that distinct?
No law that I'm aware of.
And then in regards to the conundrum of the inflators, I would say for 1 through 4, there are options for increasing to be able to create some aesthetically pleasing plantation. I call it plantation because that's I feel like slavery and things. Anyways, no discussion about that. But 1 through 4, if you have people who are poor living in those areas and you're going to tax the properties, is there a way to bypass doing something like that, or there's no way to go around it?
Proposition 218 is the effective law that does not allow us to get around involving the property owners and seeking the property owners' approval of a property-based tax. So saying it differently, we cannot increase without the property owners collectively agreeing to allow themselves to be assessed at a higher rate.
Okay. And are any of the districts currently subsidized? If not, does the history of Victorville show that any of them were ever subsidized?
I can't speak to the history, but I'm not aware that in this budget that there's any subsidy. They're all standing alone. That's correct.
Okay, so for the LMATs 1 through 4, if there was an option, you have to have 50 plus 1%, or what was the percentage to say yes or no? There's a percentage allotted, I suppose.
50% plus 1 voter of the responsive property owners in the respective district.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. All right, and I have no questions on this item and
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
okay, so
Points 1, 2, and
thank you. And I'm going to ask that we change the word from approve to adopt because approve isn't clear.
approve to adopt. 1, 2, and
All right, thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
just to comment, I would like to apologize for other council members. Wording of plantation, dealing with slavery, our elements have nothing to do with a plantation. I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Harriman.
My comment is, or what I'd like to comment is, and I've discussed this with the city manager, and the, deputy city managers. I actually live in one of the, in the, number 4 LMAD, and I do not have an inflator. And I'm gonna find a way to take care of this. If I have to knock on the doors.
Okay, Member Harriman, our comments have to be related to the motion that's pending, which is.
Okay, no, not.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Don't have any.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yeah, so would any council member have to recuse themselves on this item? Just wondering.
Sure, that's a good question, Mr. Bortnowski.
No, since it's a citywide OMAD like this, you wouldn't have a conflict issue.
Thank you, nothing else.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez, Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right, the City Council has adopted staff's recommendation, item number 14, as to what's presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 15, this is vacation of an offer of dedication of a drainage easement on tract map number 17316. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. Tract map number 17316 in its original form included an offer of dedication of a drainage easement. And what that is really to mean is that the property owner, as a condition of the map, is offering, in this case to the city, the dedication of that area that would effectively be necessary to accommodate an ultimate construction of drainage improvements. However, as time evolved and as the project moved closer to actually building out, the design of that project or the property contained within tract map number 17316, the design was done in such a way where the developer found an alternative means or an alternative way of accommodating the drainage, and therefore not needing the offer of dedication that was originally contemplated in the original formation of the map. So with that, this item is effectively abandoning that offer of dedication, since it's no longer necessary, and the project can move forward by satisfying the drainage a different way. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. With that said, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council find the dedication vacation not subject to environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15060C2 and 15060C3, and adopt resolution number 23-036, vacating the dedication as described and depicted by the exhibits attached thereto, and ordering the recordation of the same.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, beginning with Member Irving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hold on, let me check my notes. This report was very written, it's very concise. It's very concise, well-written staff report. Straightforward. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions?
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. Has the appropriate leadership of Victorville signed off on this item? Meaning, we talked about the importance of having things in writing. So I was wondering if there's nothing necessary that would cause any kind of public safety or welfare concerns with having this drainage easement not brought forth.
The answer is yes, and the capstone to that all would be the council affirming staff's recommendation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
No.
Thank you. And the chair has no question, invites a motion from the council.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask council members to, with the motion to say adopt rather than approve. Approve is not clear enough.
Motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a first, is a second remain?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
None.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, if it's not within the bounds of of what you're asking, let me know. Approve and adopt. Why is it so significant?
Sure, I'm happy to say that. So the purpose of making a motion is that it's substantive and it's clear. When there's a motion, and we hear this when we're in outside agency meetings and other meetings, but a parliamentarian would tell you that simply to move an item for approval is not clear enough. It doesn't say what you're actually approving. Are you approving that you like the language? What are you doing with it? But however, when you say the word adopt, you're actually putting something forward that you can take action on. That's the distinction. It's a bit of a nuance, but that's the way it's my understanding is from having been trained by a parliamentarian.
Thank you. No further clarification.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No.
Thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Close discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
I'm sorry, I had asked my question. I forgot what item we're doing.
15.
Yes, and I did ask a question. No,
Your vote is no.
my vote is no.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. All right, so the council has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation on item number 15 as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 16. This is the multiple roof replacements project CC 23-104. Mr. Metzler, will you tee it up, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Out at the Southern California Logistics Airport, we operate, maintain a number of buildings that we lease to private users for the purpose of generating revenue that helps fund the larger airport operation. In that airport, a larger airport operation, one of the many things that we do out there is on a regular basis conduct condition assessments of those facilities and undertake any necessary repairs and maintenance related items to do everything we can to preserve the life and integrity of the facilities that we lease out to private tenants. And so with that, in this particular case, we've identified about 8 buildings that do require roof attention. And so we have gone out through a public solicitation, conducted an RFP competitive process for a scope of work that involved those roofs, and therefore brought forward this item as recommendation to undertake the award of contract to begin that roof repair. So with that, this item is authored by your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's available for any questions or comments you may have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
At the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors, approve the award of a standard construction agreement to Universal Coatings, Inc. for multiple roof replacements project CC 23-104 in the amount not to exceed $768,000, and adopt resolution number SCLAA 23-009, amending the 2022-2023 budget, increasing expenditures in Fund 450 by $53,000.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Moving on to technical questions for clarification, keeping in mind that the intent of this item is to award a standard construction agreement. So if we could keep our questions with that in mind, we're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, are majority of these buildings rented out to tenants?
They are.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
So since there's staff expectations was exceeded, what was it that exceeded that expectation for us to reconsider an extra $53,000?
We're on 16.
Item 16. It says Eric Ray, Airport Director. An appropriation of an extra 53,000 to fund the project.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Ray, Airport Director. Each year as we prepare a budget, we essentially make a best guess as to what projects are gonna cost. Part of that guessing is we guess on what the inflation's gonna be. Tough to guesstimate. So last year, about this time, when we prepared a budget, that was my best guess as to what that project was gonna cost. Here it is, about 11 months later, we're off by about $53,000, which I might add is only about 6 or 7%. So we're off a little bit. That's why we had a delta at $58,000.
So this project was already funded and we're just coming back with it for an extra allotment? of
No,
appropriation?
we budgeted for this capital improvement last year for the year that we're in currently. And then we've recently bid it, so that's when we know we got firm numbers. So when we put forth these capital numbers, they are our best estimate as to what that project is gonna come in.
So for the allotted cost, if it gets approved tonight, does that mean that it includes maintenance and operation? I mean, if there's anything to maintain at the roof, because there's other things that I may not know about that needs maintenance in regards to this fee?
No, this project would just be that. It would be taking these roofs off, replacing them, and then my staff ends up maintaining the roofs long term.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Yeah, there's a really large differential on these bids. And, do we ever think that maybe somebody's quite a bit off? Or, because, the best contracting is almost double the amount. And as a contractor of me bidding on stuff, it can be, I understand the big gap, but are we sure that the universal coatings is able to do the work without, and I understand it came in, actually, you guys got really close. That was actually a good job. So have we done a little background on universal coatings?
We have. That's a great question. The reason Universal has gotten our last two jobs, so they've gotten about $2.3 million worth of work in the last 2 fiscal years, is because they manufacture their own products. So that's a huge reason. The other company that was really very inexpensive, I believe that was Best, has a real strong relationship with the Henry Corporation. So materials is a large part of this job. So because there is that relationship, it's like a wholly owned company of Henry's, those two companies seem to be the most competitive because they have access to their own materials. Can't tell you why Best was so far, excuse me, I misspoke, why Best was so high, but Cook was kind of reasonable, but All Seasons and Universal were very close. Both of those are the companies that have the relationship with manufacturers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions are kind of in sync with Councilman Harriman and Councilwoman Gomez. What caught my attention is last year you do a cost analysis, right? Oh, okay. You don't just take a guess.
No.
Okay, because that had me concerned. And then I was worried about, well, is Universal Coatings really the best? I know it's the lowest responsive bidder, but you do a cost analysis.
We do. We cost analysis, yes.
All right, I just want to make sure that caught my attention. That I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I guess I just have one piggybacking on all of that. It's not just the lowest bid, it's not the lowest responsive. It has to be a responsible bid, right? And
That's
we're able to make those distinctions, correct?
Very much so. And again, this is a company we've done 2 projects with and they've been splendid.
Right. All right, very good. All right, with that said, the chair invites a motion from the SCLA Board of Directors.
Move to adopt staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No, I don't have any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
Yeah, I would just like to commend, the airport authority because they are, I mean, that, it was getting that number real close. So that's a great job. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harriman. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so I was just wondering maybe the length of the roofing, how long, the next 50 years, a replacement, maybe 20, like a home, I don't know. I didn't ask that question because it probably wasn't too relevant to.
Okay, one moment. Can you ask the question again and the chair will make a determination as to whether we're going to ask a question during the comment period?
Yes, so I was curious to know if the amount we're spending is gonna last 20 years, like in a home, or is that just like 50 years and I'm just ignorant because I have no clue how it's working?
This type of roof system is a little different than what you'd have on your home. On a home, you'd have typically a built-up type asphalt shingle that has a very finite life. This rubberized product has almost an infinite life. It has a very long life, 20, 30, 40 years easy, but with maintenance, meaning to go up, pressure wash it once every few years, and then reapply a coating on top of that. It has an infinite life. Our staff has special spray rig that we purchased a number of years ago. We use that to spray our own elastomeric. So once the difficult work is done of building that foam base, we can maintain the elastomeric layer on top of that, almost infinite.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the SCLAA Board of Directors has taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda for item number 16. Moving on to item number 17. This is the Wellness Center Project Phase 1 Supplemental Work Order numbers 10 and 11 and Phase 2 Supplemental Work Order numbers 4 through 8. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. These supplemental work orders have been identified as costs necessary to ultimately complete the Wellness Center project. And while they might not sound popular in nature, they were actually and are expected largely based upon how we've approached the ultimate construction of this project. You'll remember largely responsive to having received the $28 million award from HCD back in December of 2021. We moved quickly into taking advantage and putting to use some preliminary design, ultimately getting as close to final design as possible on an early phase 1. This project literally comprises 2 phases, along with separate purchases, direct purchases of the modular units. And so we're at that point in time where we're getting close to the ultimate completion, but as we've laid the buildings down on foundations, there has been additional design necessary to do things such as finishings and making connections, physical connections, including walking type connections amongst the buildings. And so with that, all of these supplemental work orders have been reviewed very closely by our city engineer, who's the author on this item and certainly can answer the greater detail of the questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council approve for the Wellness Center construction contracts for Phase 1 Supplemental Work Order numbers 10 through 11, resulting in an increase not to exceed $440,686.96. And for Phase 2, supplemental work orders numbers 4 through 8, resulting in an increase not to exceed $1,845,237.79.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to questions for clarification, as to staff's report, Member Gomez.
Yes, just, I heard you say 79 cents. I think you meant 75, right? Anyways, what I heard, just making sure.
No, it was 79 cents.
Okay, because maybe I'm just reading, oh, I see, I'm reading the recommendation of 1.8 million versus the 2.2 million. Got it. You're reading the recommendation, I'm reading the fiscal impact. So I am very confused with these items. We've had several discussions in the past and we go from phases and then we're numbering 4 through 8. So a little bit of maybe explanation on how this is working. The phase 1 and phase 2 seem logical as one preceding the other one. But then in the history of this discussions, we've skipped and we've created a gap. So adding these numbers 4 through 8 and numbers 10 and 11 have seemed to kind of cause some confusion. Not only that, but the fiscal impact is approximately 2.2 million for that phase 2, 4 through 8. But then the recommendation says not to exceed 1.8 million. So maybe it's just the way the report was written is it's not like ingredients A, B, C, maybe has a little different way of wording. So I need some help understanding what's going on here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So there is a logical flow, and in fact, the way the author of this item laid it out, it actually follows the logical flow as to the phasing of this project. So in simple terms, there really are two construction phases. Phase 1, which was the very first that we began, and you'll actually find it described fairly well in the staff report. I believe it's on page 1000. In particular, and so in each of the phases that we've structured, each phase has its own respective scope of work. The supplemental work order, and under each phase, we have a number of supplemental work orders that are actual supplemental work on orders under the respective phase, and more so related to the nature of the work under the two phases. And then separately, of course, we purchase directly from the manufacturers the actual modular units, whether they be for the community rooms or for the actual living quarters.
So, I mean, I'm looking at page 1000, which is delineating with table 1, give you a visual of 1 through 11, and then the amounts. But I would say for people, learners like myself, it's not logical and it's not very easily attainable to someone with my interpretation skills. So I don't know if you clarified or caused a little bit more of confusion. Maybe I just asked the question in an illogical way. So if I may try to re-ask and you can try to help me again. So the impact is 2.2 million.
Your time is up.
Not to exceed 1.8. Thank you.
And maybe for the benefit of others, on page 998 is probably the best place to start. Where on 998 at the very bottom paragraph, it actually starts speaking to what phase 1 initially was, which I'll read. The VVWA interceptor through the project boundaries, grading of the site, stormwater detention basins, underground utilities for storm drain, sewer, domestic water, fire suppression, electrical and gas. So in the most general sense, that describes to me basically underground related work. And so continuing on to page 999, if I look at the second paragraph, I'm sorry. Second paragraph, the plan for phase 2 of the project were subsequently completed to include street improvements, structural work, architectural work, and landscaping. So that's effectively the work above ground. And so you have those two components. The easiest way to describe is underground above ground. And so, as we progressed during the construction and using, the most notorious of the supplemental work orders, we're all familiar with the groundwater issue that we ran into. And so when we actually had a supplemental work order, because that's, underground related, that falls into phase one. And so as we progressed during the construction, and there was need for, either additional design or perhaps there were unknowns or conditions issues, some of the more recent that we're running into, especially when it comes to phase two and above ground, is the changes influenced by SoCal Edison with respect to where they want transformer pads. So depending upon the nature of the work, it's going to go into the phase one, which is the underground phase, or phase two being the above ground phase. I think that's the easiest way to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Member Harriman.
So a lot of this was because of the water table issue.
In phase one,
The underground, all the underground.
the underground was impacted heavily by the groundwater issue.
Did the original plans call for fabric and rock under the buildings, or was that added because of the water table?
That's a question.
Is that a vapor barrier? Probably a vapor barrier of some type?
Mr. Brian Gengler is our city engineer. He can answer that better than I can.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that was one of the first work orders. There was some additional rock and fabric under the buildings, but in the grand scheme of things, that was only one of many changes.
So that was just landscaping. It wasn't a vapor barrier. When it's referred.
It's actually under the structural foundations for 3 buildings.
Okay.
Yes.
So the fabric, is the fabric referring to for the landscape gravel, or is it?
No, it was related to the building pads themselves. It was part of the geotechnical recommendation.
Okay. And was that determined after after the project started? It wasn't on the original plans?
Yes, it was after the project started.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Member Irving.
Yes, I do have, I guess they're questions. And I'm not sure to whom I should direct them. I've always been in support of the Wellness Center conceptually, and I still remain supportive. But I've always been concerned about the number of change orders. So I'm looking at the breakdown here, like for phase one, we had change order number 8 for various items as 700, like roughly 700,000. And then the ones that we're being asked to consider for phase two, we're being asked to consider 4 through 8, and 7 and 8 are added scope miscellaneous items. Can you explain what those items are and what are the things? They don't offer a lot of description.
Yes, and let me see if I can go to the staff report discussion. There were so many various items, it was difficult to summarize them in the table itself.
I see.
And you almost have to go to the backup at the end to see the breakdown. But what I can do is, I know the number 8 was previously approved on phase one, but I can go back to that. Actually, I don't have the breakdown on that one, but I can go to the staff report. And as an example, let's see, phase 7 or number 7 rather. Let's see if I can find it here.
I'm sorry.
Numbers. I'm on page 1001.
Right.
And kind of in the middle of the paragraph. And so number 7 is an example. It includes custom base wall cabinets, countertops for the community buildings, added conduits and receptacles, changes in deck beams, joist fit hardware in buildings 1 through 7, added trench drains, additional pilaster
see where you are.
There are just many different changes included in that. And, it's difficult to summarize. So I apologize for that. There's just a lot of detail involved with the changes.
I'm trying to keep up. So thank you for helping me out. I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Let me see if I can go back up. Page 1005. It's clicked off as final from Guardian. If I'm understanding right, you go from 1005 to 1020. That's just final for the SCE utility vault they want us to move, right? Not us to move, the contract.
Yes, and I can explain that. So on this Gordian form, there's a preliminary pricing in the process, and then it goes in a review process. Our construction management consultant, Pacifica Services, they go through a pretty extensive process in reviewing these at the preliminary stage. And so there's some back and forth comments because they verify it. They compare it to what is in the contract. And so by the time this reaches final form, the number most likely would have changed or would have been revised downward somewhat before it ever, comes to city council for requesting approval.
But what I'm reading is on 1020, because of SCE because of them wanting us to move the vault, it's adding an additional 36 days. Is that because the vault pad has to sit 21 days before we put a vault on it?
Well, in this particular case, as an example, it took time just to order the vault. So there was that delay because it wasn't available.
These are out of our control. This is something we don't have. It added time to the construction. It's out of our control.
That would be one example. This particular one was, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, and I don't have any questions on this, and so I'm going to go ahead and invite a motion from the council.
Motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We're going to move on to discussion on the pending motion. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
Am I allowed to just make a comment?
Yes, on the pending motion.
I just wish when I did work, I could add things that weren't on the plans or whatever, but anyways, thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you. Member Gomez.
No comments.
Thank you. And Member Irving.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving, you know what, before we move on to item number 19, the chair is going to call for a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:48.
She made a mistake.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, it's 8:49 PM. We are resuming open session. Thank you everyone for your patience while we took a small recess. We're now going to move on to item number 18. And as I look at our agenda this evening, it is a chair's view that items 18 and 19 are substantially similar. And with that, the chair is going to ask for a motion from the council to consider both items concurrently. Is there a motion? Thank
I have
you.
a substitute motion.
Yeah, yes, Member Gomez.
The motion is to keep them bifurcated.
Okay, well, there's no need to do that because if this fails, it would remain the same. So we have a first and a second to consider the items concurrently. Is there any discussion on the pending motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Yes. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So we're now going to consider both items concurrently, which means that our discussion periods and our question asking will be done in one fell swoop. I'm going to go ahead and read the titles of both items and then Mr. Metzler, I'll ask you to tee them both up. So item number 18 is a consultant professional services provider agreement with Simba Center as wraparound services provider of the interim shelter and wellness center. For item number 19, consultant professional services provider agreement with Hope the Mission as shelter operator of the wellness center. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. As we near opening, physical opening or completion first and then opening of the Wellness and Recuperative Care Center. When we first embarked upon this project, we ultimately envisioned the need for outside services to help us actually execute ultimately on a plan that will not only provide the sheltering services, which largely includes the oversight and the care for those that are actually living at this non-congregate setting, but we also envision the need for recuperative care component, effectively having sheltering with wraparound services. And so as we progressed, we actually solicited in a competitive setting through an RFP. We invited bidders to bid on those two particular services as we did not have the expertise or capability to do it ourselves. So these two items particularly are the result of that RFP process where in the one case of item number 18, we've identified the successful candidate to serve as the wraparound service provider providing the recuperative care, and then separately with Hope to Mission and item number 19 being the shelter provider. So with that, the author on both of these items are your city planner, Mr. Scott Webb, and he's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you kindly read the recommendations for both items 18 and 19?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 18, is that the Honorable City Council approve a consultant professional services provider agreement with Simba Center for an initial 23-month term through June 30, 2025 to provide wraparound services at the interim shelter and wellness center. That includes startup funds in an amount not to exceed $1,312,565 that will be later reimbursed back to the city, and authorize non-substantive changes to the consultant professional services provider agreement if necessary, as agreed upon by the city manager and city attorney. For item number 19, recommendation is that the Honorable City Council approve a consultant professional services provider agreement with Hope the Mission for an additional 23-month term through June 30, 2025 to provide the shelter operator services at the Wellness Center in an amount not to exceed $6,254,296.57 and authorize non-substantive changes to the consultant professional services provider agreement if necessary, as agreed upon by the city manager and city attorney.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on to questions for clarification. keeping in mind that the recommendations for both items have to do with approving provider agreements. So with that said, we're going to begin with you, Member Harriman.
I have, well, I think they were good, very good choices. Did they have to go through a bidding process for these contracts?
They did.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
On page 1289, it lays out where it's coming from the home key grants and everything like that. But it also says any outside funds would become unrealized revenue would come from Measure P. I know we're going to try to do everything we can to avoid that taxpayer money that could be used elsewhere to go into that. There's still grants available out there that I know they change every year and every month practically. They're coming out with new ones. So that's not set in stone, correct? Of the Measure P money, the other home key grant is.
So correct. When we first set out with this mission of effectively trying to attend to the homelessness needs and providing shelter, we certainly didn't envision, because we weren't set up that way, to be the ultimate funder of this issue. And so we have aggressively pursued other funds, and we've been successful being awarded other funds, and we're going to continue to pursue other funds. We have been fortunate enough to have Measure P, and we're going to continue to use that, ideally from either getting out of the gate, if you will, getting started, which is effectively the structure that we have in place to support Simba Center, but also as a part of the negotiation with Simba Center. We actually worked very closely with them to help develop a business model that has established for identifiable revenues and expenses, to where effectively in the ultimate sense, we'd like this operation to be able to stand alone. And so that's what we're going to continue to work towards. But to the extent there are issues that we don't foresee that occur, it's possible that we do have to come back and ask for funds, but our approach is going to continue to be do everything possible to keep the financial contributions from the city to zero or very negligible, really so that we can achieve our ultimate goal, which was getting back out and enforcing our local codes and trying to first get folks into assistance and get them help. But if they're not willing to accept the help, then be able to enforce our local codes to have people move on and ridding the blight that's affecting our community.
So in reading this, and I don't remember which page it was on, our camping laws are not able to be enforced right now because it's not up and running. Once it's up and running, we can start enforcing our camping laws again on the sidewalk and everywhere else where they're camping, correct?
Our understanding and our approach is so long as there are beds available at the facility, we can offer and avail those beds. But if they're not taken, and we do have beds available, that we can in fact enforce our local.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes, since we're talking about homelessness. So if our COC second in command, San Bernardino County, is 272, do we have 272 beds that are available, or was it 90, or was it 70? And how can we enforce any kind of camping law in that regard if we don't have the full allotment of what COC? Maybe they're just regulations that don't even come into play as long as we have something, I believe is the way we're looking at to be able to enforce any kind of camping law.
Your reference to the COC is not making sense with this conversation. I think perhaps you're trying to speak to the point in time count.
Yeah.
But in the most basic sense, regardless of that point in time count, the basic understanding and approach of us all is that if there are beds available, which one of our biggest desires is to, with this facility, have an additional amount of bed space available, increasing our inventory of beds collectively throughout the city. And therefore, if there are still beds available, especially after we increase this inventory of bed space, then we in fact can begin enforcing our local ordinances.
Okay, and then for 18 and 19, I was trying to find the similarities and I was looking at the Hope Mission. Is that the anomaly is just focusing on the sheltering, which makes them both be comparable?
Well, I can answer that since I was the one that asked for the motion to consider the items concurrently. They're both related to providing services for the wellness center.
Okay, thank you. And so yearly is 1.3 million. For how long? Do we know? If that's the case.
Well, in your staff report, I think it's identifying both of the terms to be similar, which is for 23 months.
Yeah, but you also allotted to say funds minimal and it was a conjecture. So I figured there was nothing set in stone. So maybe if I ask the question is because potentially there could be an extension of a next year, but today you're saying there's no extension, right? This year, 1.3 million. The reimbursement back to the city.
Scott, you want to speak to the money side of it?
Sure. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. So I believe what Council Member Gomez was referring to was the initial startup fee, the 1.3 million that the city is pledging to the wraparound service provider, Simba Center, to provide services within the first 6 months. That is ultimately planned to be reimbursed to the city. So after that startup period, the wraparound services provider will be self-sustained from their own revenue sources. So we do not in future years expect to have any impact to Measure P.
Okay, and so what insurances will be funding? So should we worry about that or should we not even worry about any public or private funding since it's almost like a safety net to say only for the first 6 months, and we're gonna definitely try to keep out of the Measure P if we possibly can.
So part of the RFP process was to select an operator that is licensed, has contracts with insurance providers. We did provide one letter confirming that our proposed wraparound services provider is contracted with IAHP.
Okay. All right, thank you. And for the $6.2 million funded by public agencies such as HomeKey, PLHA, WCWS, and Measure P, is that something that's going to continue? Is that the same item as item 18? That is just like a temporary set period.
What time is that?
Thank you. All right, and the chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the council to adopt staff's recommendations for 18 and 19. If anyone is in agreement with that, please feel free to say so moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. There was a race to do that one. First and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yeah, I was just concerned for the $6.2 million since it was not directly feasible in the reporting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm really glad the ones that were selected. Those were the ones I was hoping for. So I'm looking forward to being able to take a tour when everything's going and thank you.
Well, I'm going to just piggyback right on to that. I am very happy if the vote goes the way that I'm suspecting that it will, that we're going to have Simba Center continue to be on board with the city. Simba Center has, over the course of time, demonstrated consistent professionalism and talent and has been willing to go above and beyond for our residents. And I don't think it gets better than that. And I am hoping for the same with Hope the Mission as the shelter operator. I do think that in terms of, being able, this is a huge undertaking for everybody and probably feels a little risky in some sense, but I am so happy that we're doing this. First of all, it for me, it strikes that balance between compassion for those people that have either gotten off track or have not made the best decisions in life. And hopefully we're going to provide some service to the extent that they're willing to accept it to get back on track. But it also provides compassion for the rest of our community, which are our businesses and our residents who feel many times unsafe by some of the things that they're experiencing and some of the blight that's caused by this. So we've had much thrust on us from the Martin v. Boise case. This, I think, gets us to that place where we're going to be able to enforce our anti-camping laws and hold everyone accountable. I think we're doing it right, and I'm very proud of our team for the years of work and service that has gone into getting us this far. So with that said, the chair is going to close the discussion period and ask for the vote, Madam Clerk. And this is again to adopt staff's recommendations for items 18 and 19, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes on 18, no on 19.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes on both.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes, as they were consolidated. So Mr. DeBortnowski, they were considered concurrently, but I'm not sure that this.
So, you either have to re-vote on each one of them, or Ms. Gomez's vote would be a no on both of them.
Okay, Member Gomez, you can have a no on both, or,
Well, 18 was yes and 19 is no. That's all I can say.
okay, so Mr. DeBortnowski, I'm gonna let you make the final determination on that since Member Gomez isn't. They were considered concurrently.
They were, you could take two votes so that she could reflect her vote. She obviously wants to vote yes, and I think.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the council if it has an appetite to take another vote. I hear nothing, so we're gonna just stay the way we are. All right, that said, we're gonna move on now to item number 20. We have adopted staff's recommendation, by the way, on 18 and 19 as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 20, general services provider standard agreement between Allied Universal Security Services and the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority for Security Services Project CC 23-100. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As a part of its daily operating responsibilities and as required under its operating certificate with the FAA, the airport is required to operate and maintain a secure airport environment, and it does so in two forms. It relies largely on a daily, during the daytime operations on its own staff to provide operations and security services. But largely for the nighttime operation, we have become very comfortable with nighttime security services through a contract. And in this particular case, we have come to conducting another competitive solicitation. And in this particular case, we've considered all the proposals and ranked all of the proposers and come up with a recommendation of a firm that is in fact a firm that we have experience with as they're currently providing the services today. So with that, the author on this item is Airport Director, Mr. Eric Ray, and he's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve the award of a general services provider standard agreement to Allied Universal Security Services in the amount not to exceed $406,151.75 for security services, project CC 23-100.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to questions for clarification. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, so then basically the city fronts the money for when a security is needed for an event. But anything else that's not fronted for an event is for the security of the entire airport or whatever comes about with it. Is that correct? Or any added extras? Because obviously I don't work there, so I'm not familiar with the process. And it's definitely not intuitive.
The contract, as we would propose awarding it, would allow a certain amount of money, the lion's share of it, which would be for the services that that company provides for the airport. There's a small set aside within that amount for special events. Just last weeks ago, we had a special event out at the base. So with that, there was extra security service that were required. We pay for that through this contract, and then we recapture that, quite frankly, with a markup from our vendor.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Yeah, so when they shoot, film, and when we do that kind of thing, are they contracting or the security from us, or are they supplying their own?
We require them to utilize our security when we're appropriate.
Okay.
Because our people know, they have access to the gates, they know the areas, they know what the do's and don'ts are of being in the airport. So it's most appropriate to use our own staff.
Yeah, for sure. Gotcha. And then, this is for the entire it's for the entire SC, it's not just behind the fence on the.
That's correct. They also do patrol the other side, and they do help with regard to the homeless shelter.
How many, security officers do they have on staff at a time?
2 at a time. So we're using each night, it'll be 2 shifts of 2 at a time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harriman. Member Irving.
No questions.
Thank you. And the chair has no questions on this item. Invites a motion from the SCLAA Board of Directors.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Adopt.
Adopt staff's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
None.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, just very quickly before we go on, because I giggled a little bit tonight on the term adoption, and everybody's trying to get it. There are other ways to do it. You can say take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda. You can say to adopt points 1 through whatever. There's variations, but adopt is the quickest route to get there. That's why it tends to be the chair's preference. All right, item number 21, law enforcement contract number 94-909-A-51 memorandum of understanding with the Victor Valley Union High School District, Victor Elementary School District, and Adelanto Elementary School District to fund school resource officers and agreement between the city of Victorville and Massarich Victor Valley LP. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item is largely focused on memorializing our relationship between the school districts, particularly as the school districts rely on us contracting with the County of San Bernardino for sheriff services. So in this particular case, we have at the request of the high school district increased 1 SRO under our Schedule A. With the Sheriff's Department, we've added 1 additional detective corporal position to our local service, along with 1 office specialist to support the admin. And with that, we effectively use these MOUs to memorialize a relationship with the school districts so that effectively we can get reimbursed for the SROs that are actually dedicated to those respective school districts. One thing worth noting, and it's definitely something that I'm excited about, having worked with Captain Wickham closely in trying to bring this to fruition, and also getting the cooperation with the Victor Valley High School District. But beyond just having your traditional SRO at the Victor Valley High School District, in this particular case, we're adding an SRO that will be a canine handler. And the current vision right now, though we intend towards the end of the month to actually go down to the training facility and potentially identify our dog, is to have a canine on campus with drug sniffing capabilities or drug detection capabilities, probably the more appropriate term. So with that, we're actually looking forward to having that as a resource to complement the high school's intended plan to increase security by putting in metal detection. So between the metal detection and the drug detection capability, our goal is through the SROs to try to enhance the safety at our local schools. So with that, I'm the author on this item, but the real person that's responsible and has all the answers is the assistant to the city manager, Mr. Tony Camargo. He's here for any questions that I can't answer.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council approve the 51st Amendment to Law Enforcement Contract 94-909-A-51 for the period of July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the mayor or her designee to process all documents required for this agreement. Approve the memorandum of understanding by and between the City of Victorville and the Victor Valley Union High School District, the Victor Elementary School District, and the Atlanto Elementary School District for the same period to fund school resource officers, and authorize the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for the agreement, and approve the agreement by and between the City of Victorville and Mace Rich Victor Valley LP for one deputy, and authorize the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for the agreement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification, Member Gomez.
Yes. Are the assigned sheriffs typically armed as SROs
Yes, they are.
with lethal weapons, right? That's what I meant. Guns, not
Yes.
just tasers. Okay. And hopefully they're not typically on probation, which means, you know, the starting period. That's a valid question.
I believe the answer to that is yes, but I'll look at the captain to answer more specifically how they select the SROs.
If I understand your question correctly, typically the deputy sheriff assigned to that position is not on probation.
Thank you. Is someone there as a sheriff typically maybe on leave or off duty, meaning they can't perform their regular assignments in one of the 7 beats, so they have to go into this domain and still get paid, if you understand my question?
No.
Okay, and how long is the average SRO station in the high school? I'm just trying to see if there's creation of loyalty and the students get to meet them, you know, they befriend them. So there's a trust building between a sheriff and the high school children.
Typically we try to, provide a good fit with the school, whether it's the high school district, the elementary district. And we try to keep that relationship the best we can year after year, but there are times we have to, move personnel around.
Thank you. And there's a canine handler, so I suppose there's an actual dog that would be on premises. I'm a little bit concerned because after reading chapter 7, we talk about vicious dogs biting, but I know it doesn't extend to police officers. There's an exemption to these dogs. So if someone on campus, I don't know who, may have a gun and shoots at the vicious animal, do you know where I'm getting? I read chapter 7, so these ideas are coming from dogs, premises, vicious biting. Yeah, I'm kind of concerned.
The context between the two don't have any correlation. The vicious dogs under chapter 7 is more so relating to dogs that are not trained, such as what we would be experiencing with the dog that we would align with the handler, be a trained animal. The vicious dogs has more to deal with those that are unknown to us, that are found out in the field, that are animal control concerns that require attendance by an officer to protect the safety of the public from being bit from this unknown animal.
So I suppose we probably never had anything like that. So I just wanted to pose it out there in case that ever came about, because dogs can be trained. But I don't know if the history of our nation, we've had any dog trained maybe go out of its realm for whatever reason. So I just wanted to make sure that we had that part of the record. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
And that canine is a dog snip, it's a snipping on it, it's not a biter. Is that,
There are a number of different disciplines that canines are actually trained for, and the facility that we actually work with provides training for those multiple disciplines. There are bite dogs trained specifically for bite purposes. That is not what we're in the market for. That is not what we need at this time as a city. We have a need for a drug detection dog. And in fact, the drug detection dog would in fact complement the other dog that we have, which is a gun detection dog. And that aligns best with probably the highest volume of crime that we experience here in town. And so that's why we're aligning those two disciplines with those two animals to better assist us with helping attend to the most prevalent of crimes we deal with.
and I don't want to get stuck on the canines, but we have a vision in the future to have more, correct?
I do. Certainly. I say that with a smile. I'm really, really impressed with these animals. I think it's easy to assume perhaps in the near term wanting to complement because, for example, if you have one gun dog, that's just one gun dog. And when you consider the nature or the volume of issues that we deal with and the demand for that dog service, just like us people in a work environment, we want a break now and then and rest periods. And so you do have to also worry about the health of the dog. And so to the extent we're putting too much strain on an animal, it possibly could obviously hurt. It also could force an animal into retirement much sooner than you'd like to. So I can certainly see, especially as we're finding success, if we find continued success, I could see having a complement.
And these dogs are taking care of, these guys take these dogs home with them, right?
They do.
So they are taken care of very well. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
Actually, Councilman Harriman sort of addressed what my question was. Are we thinking about in the future, are we thinking about expanding, maybe getting some more canine units? But you said yes, so.
Yeah, and I didn't finish the thought with respect to the connection with the schools. And I'm not exactly sure if any of the other schools throughout the county have this, but this is something that I've been very much interested in. More so to try to do everything possible to get the earliest detection for whether it's drugs or weapons on campus. We've just seen too much of it all together. And so I actually am really interested in how this partnership with the school district goes, because it really, if it goes the way I'm envisioning it to go, I could see that expanding greatly. And beyond obviously the safety element, the animal becomes part of the culture at the schools. And I think, that certainly is very much needed, something positive that the kids can enjoy with a dog that is theirs on campus. So if it goes the way I envision, I really can imagine expanding it further with the schools.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I know you're gonna think it's a weird question, but is the dog gonna be trained for different drugs? So like, once you're over 18, in certain parts, marijuana use is permitted. I know they can't have it on them. They can't even have cigarettes anymore because it's 21 and over. But is the dog gonna be trained for a certain amount of drugs or any drug or alcohol?
Pretty much the dog will be trained to detect narcotics.
Okay.
And that's a variety of narcotics and the quantity or the amount can be from, very minimal.
Cigarette too.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. We've never had an issue with our dogs, San Bernardino County, biting a child, because we're not the only ones with a dog on campus, correct?
I'm not aware of any other dogs assigned, like we're probably on the cutting edge of SRO having a dog with the narcotics detection.
He's gonna be busy.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna be busy on our campuses. That's it.
And like the city manager said, the dogs, it's very labor intensive in terms of, we get a threat at a school, like utilizing our Nina now with our gun detection is sanitizing the school is a very tedious process. So
Thank you very much. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
Motion to accept staff's recommendation, move or adopt.
Adopt.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Mayor
No
Pro Tem.
discussion.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very concerned with bringing in canines. We see LA bringing their iRobot, so I don't think we're much below what they were doing in getting an iRobot dog or a robot dog in our facilities as well. So that was concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has adopted staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 22. This is the cancellation of the July 4, 2023 regular city council meeting. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Yes, it's kind of customary for us every year, whether it's in this particular case, July 4th, actually falling on a regularly scheduled meeting date. Typically, the request to cancel the meeting has more to do with just not having adequate staff time because of the holiday to be able to prepare for the agenda. But in this particular case, July 4th is actually falling on your regularly scheduled meeting date. So therefore, that is the request.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
Thank you. All right, moving on to any questions from the council related to this item. Mr. Harriman.
None.
Thank you, Member Irving. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Would we be here by ourselves if we have it?
I'm sorry,
Would we be here by ourselves if we have it?
very likely.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes. Will the 4th of July extend to the fireworks, those individuals who are employees who also probably deserve taking the day off? Or will that be an exception?
The July 4th is an adopted holiday for the employees.
So you're basically,
Employees will be off that day. They will not be working that day.
so for the 4th of July fireworks, that is something that the city of Victorville holds will not be casted by city employees? Is that what you mean?
No,
Member Gomez, this is just related to.
Yeah, to the 4th of July cancellation because of the employees, we won't, right, 4th of July. So I'm just wondering, since the agendas cannot be prepared because the employees are not going to be here, I'm just wondering if we're willing or if we are going to extend that 4th of July holiday for the employees at night. We do this fireworks event and it's sponsored by the city of Victorville. So I just suppose they were employees of the city. And I wanted to know if those employees get the day off too. That's it.
there are employees that their work schedule, given the type of work that they do, I'll use firefighter for example. They're probably the best example. They still have to work the day if their schedule falls on that holiday. They will get credit for that holiday at some other date. And I believe they're even paid at time and a half. Don't quote me, but they're paid at a holiday rate.
Yeah, but my example was legitimate. I asked for those working I think from 9 to 10. Do you know what I'm talking about? The fireworks that we have at the fairgrounds?
Same answer applies. If there are employees that have to work an event, though that event is not something we do, that's contracted, we just are a sponsor.
Okay, so we still have employees that have to work if it falls on that scheduled time is what you're saying. If there's no response, it's fine. I'm just making sure we're kind of having some equitable when we're talking about the agenda, 4th of July holiday. But I get it. Some have to work, some don't, and it just works the way it works. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
Motion to accept staff's recommendation or adopt.
Adopt. Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank the city employees that do have assignments to work on July 4th, i.e. Public Works employees, Police Department, Fire Department, Water Department, anybody on standby and anybody who cares for their city that comes out and does their job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yeah, so I was trying to seek recognition, but I allowed people to speak. This is side of what's been going on. So it's not the comment period.
I apologize.
No, I waited just in case.
If you want to get the chair's attention, you just say, Madam, if it's a point of privilege, Madam Mayor, point of privilege, and then you can.
Well, you made, and I don't want to offend anybody here, but I think I have to state it. It's important for me to do that because you take so copious information to tell us that we are not allowed to giggle and laugh. And if I laugh, I feel, it's wrong, but you've done it 2 times and I don't want to put you on the spot. I just don't want to, you are genuinely laughing. Sometimes it comes out of me, but I have to withhold it because I don't want to seem like I'm disrupting. So it's natural.
I think that you're making a point of privilege and I'll say that that's well taken. I think it's more of I don't mean it, it's not meant to slight. So it's a natural giggle. What I was referring to at the beginning of the meeting were those kind of things that are disrespectful. And so to the extent that any of my colleagues felt I was disrespectful,
Okay, so for the comment for the 4th of July, no comment, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
I have.
Thank you. I just simply want to echo the comments of Mayor Pro Tem Becerra because she rattled that off so well. I can tell that this has been something that she's dealt with for years, having been an employee with the City and Public Works. So I echo certainly her sentiments. All right, with that said, Chair closes the discussion period and Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Bowman,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
I'm gonna rescind that because it just dawned on me that it's already a holiday, so it doesn't even matter. So my answer is yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Madam Clerk, the motion passes unanimously.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so we have effectively canceled the July 4th City Council meeting. All right, moving on now to item number 23, City Manager Reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We do have a couple of items coming up. First, we have moved forward with a doing business with the city workshop. This is really intended for contractors or businesses looking to build a relationship with the city from a contracting perspective. So on June 14th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. here at Victorville City Hall, we'll provide information to help those learn more about our procurement and bidding process, providing valuable resources. It's a no-cost event. We'll actually have continental breakfast provided, really to try to help those perhaps that are small businesses or perhaps have had difficult time navigating the ultimate contracting relationship with the city. So that's coming up, and that was a request of this council. So that's moving forward. We also have on the community services side of the house, we have our summer reading program, where registration for that started, I'm sorry, June 5th. And we'll have, program dates, from June 19th, to July 28th. And that'll be at the Victorville City Library Monday through Friday. And that's a no-cost event for our summer reading program. And then, of course, our summer concert series begins June 6th, featuring the Silverados. And that is Friday, June 16th. Actually, the event dates are June 16th, 23rd, July 7th, and 14th. All of those events are at Hook Park, starting at 6 p.m. and ending right around 8:30 in the evening. That's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 24, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items, beginning with Member Gomez.
To agendize and update the community regarding the wellness center to not exceed 60 days from today's general council meeting.
Member Gomez, I apologize. Can you repeat that?
Yes, so members of the public have said they don't know what's going on with the wellness project, so I'm trying to see if there's a review of where we're at finishing the wellness center, since someone said last year, and I was like, okay, well, where are we at?
So an informational piece, okay. And for the next meeting?
Whatever, the 4th of July thing's been canceled.
Right.
So the next available.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And the second one is to agendize the ordinance that have not been codified for discussion and possible action.
Okay, we have a first. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
And the last one is to agendize the sale of impounded animals and killing of animals through the use of discretion and the municipal code not to exceed 60 days from today's meeting for discussion and possible action.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
Yes, while attending the League of California Cities in Mammoth last week, the city of Palmdale put on a presentation on fentanyl awareness. And I was as well as everyone there, was very impressed with this. And I'd like to see something like that in my city.
Okay, so
And
you're requesting an agenda. Can I phrase it for you since I was and let me know if it meets your standard. So you're requesting an item for discussion and possible action to consider whether or not the city might want to institute a fentanyl awareness and education program in the city.
yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
I just need clarification. You said for education and awareness?
Yes.
Yes. My response is yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And I failed to ask when you would like that on the agenda. Do you want to do it at the staff's soonest convenience or a date specific?
Let's go with staff's convenience.
Thank you. All right. Did you have any other requests?
I don't.
All right. Thank you. Member Irving.
I don't have any requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I do have a couple. So first, I'm going to request an action item for the June 20th meeting for the council to consider removing members Black and Neri from the Community Revitalization Investment Authority Board for unsatisfactory attendance and to further authorize the search for replacements. Is there a second?
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm just trying to catch.
Yeah.
Would you say, I missed a couple of gaps? Would you mind restating?
Sure.
them?
Sure. requesting an action item for the June 20th meeting for the council to consider removing members Black and Neri from the Community Revitalization Investment Authority Board for unsatisfactory attendance and to authorize a search for replacements. We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
I'm sorry, I have another, you said for discussion and possible action?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, colleagues. And then my second request is an item for discussion and possible action for the soonest possible meeting for the council to determine whether it wishes to take a position on citywide landscape beautification and upkeep regardless of LMAD revenues deficiencies.
Second?
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, vote please.
Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, colleagues. All right, with that said, we're going to move on to our final item, number 25, which is reports from council members and council, pardon me, council members this evening. I just need to inform you that we are going to return to following the intent for this item, which is to report to the council on outside agency committee meetings, city-sponsored events, conferences, etc. Our reports are to be given to the council and not to the audience. So with that, we're going to begin with you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so as a member of the public and as a member elected by the people, I've taken it by my own recognizance, definitely just to attend along the board any meeting that would affect the community, which may and has included the county board supervisors meetings, and then meetings that are outside. I'm not gonna elaborate because to me, it's the same thing. I'm there for the people and I do door knock and I do a lot of one-on-one work with them. So that's very typical, not necessarily during the meeting, but I ascertain the information.
Point of order, Madam
and
Mayor.
withdraw it to them. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, your point of order?
Wasn't that just what you said not to talk about?
Well, so I have to provide a little bit of leeway in this situation because Member Gomez has not been appointed to any outside agency committees. However, I do think, and Mr. DeBortnowski, you can correct me, that it's reasonable to allow Member Gomez to talk about other meetings that she has attended that helps her in her work.
That would be appropriate, yes.
Thank you. So with that, the point's not well taken, but I understand. I had to actually think about it myself for a while. Yes. All right. Member Harriman.
I just want to repeat myself kind of. We went to Mammoth to the League of California Cities, and the city of Palmdale had a presentation on fentanyl awareness, and it was very elaborate and it was very, very informative. They put a lot of effort into it, going to the parks and events, to the schools and what have you. And I thought that that was really impressive, and I hope we can be able to do the same here.
Thank you, Member Harriman. So that's what we're going to bring up when that item comes before the council. All right. Member Irving. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you talk about Lake Arrowhead, since you're the MC. That was the meeting.
Oh, yes.
I'll let you go ahead and talk. About it.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's it. Thank you.
All right. So I attended yes, no worries.
One thing that VVTA wanted me to mention, I'm the director on VVTA. Starting June 1st, we now have a sheriff's officer on the route of all the buses, not each one, but we have an officer assigned to VVTA who does ride the different routes now. That is their job. They're stationed at the transit center. So please try to ride the bus and feel a lot safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, so I attended the League of California Cities Division meeting in Mammoth. Mr. Harriman was also there. It was a very productive meeting. We all had updates on various legislation that's making its way through the Capitol. And of course, the issue of the Western Joshua Tree came up. So I just want to inform everyone that we're working closely with the League of California Cities and now the County of San Bernardino to make sure that our city, certainly our region, isn't going to be devastated by some of the legislation that's being proposed. I also attended the memorial service at the Federal Corrections Complex yesterday to remember the fallen correction workers who lost their lives in the line of duty. Very sobering event. We all know the bridge opening was a wild success. We were all present. It was, most of us were present. And it was, thank you to, and kudos to staff. It was such a wonderful event. I can't even imagine what went into the planning of that. And of course, there was a car show, which was a lot of fun. So very proud. Have had a lot of positive comments about the bridge opening. And then also 3 council members attended the city county conference in Lake Arrowhead. I was blessed to be able to MC the event. And there were a lot of important subjects spoken about there. Certainly there was on the Measure I tax revenue. There was a presentation on everything that was accomplished through those funds from inception to present. And they spoke about how the value of those projects has far exceeded the cost that was put into them. So very, very good. And again, legislative updates there. It was a great event, always very informative, always good to make connections that are important to our city. So with that said, that wraps it up. I want to thank everyone for a productive meeting. It was very helpful for everyone to put forward great questions, to have important dialogues, to move things forward for our city. So that concludes our business for this evening. And as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, audience members will kindly vacate city council chambers and city hall within 10 minutes. That's 9:56, so that these facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. Audience members are not permitted behind the dais. This meeting's adjourned.